Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to introduce to you the initiator of this conference and the initiator actually of all the 4 conferences, President Leonidas Koskos. Without his foresight and wisdom, these conferences, and in fact this one in particular, would not exist. President Koskos, please give us your opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Welcome to the 4th conference, Europe in Discourse. When the idea of organizing this conference emerged, the initial goal was to support our research programs in applied linguistics and discourse analysis. Originally, we envisioned a focus on the linguistic dimensions of Europe, expecting participation exclusively from renowned discourse studies experts, many of whom are teaching in our program. However, as we further considered the scope of the conference, it became evident that such a narrow focus might limit the richness of the discussions. We realized the need to broaden our approach by exploring the various discourses surrounding Europe and incorporating perspectives from political scientists, geographers, historians, geopolitical strategists, art historians, even artists, and more. Europe is not one-dimensional. It is an ever-evolving, multifaceted project, thus multifaceted discourse topic. To map its future trajectories, to understand events such as Brexit, the Greek financial crisis, migration, and Russia's invasion to Ukraine, we must engage with a diversity of voices and perspectives. The structure of this conference, focused on Europe's values, borders, and international standing, reflects the complexity of what Europe represents today. Issues like East versus West, North versus South, and the dichotomy between the continent and the seas and oceans are perspectives visible not within Europe but across the globe. This makes our conference a microglobe, a miniature that offers lens to understand broader global dynamics. And if this perspective seems presumptuous, what remains is the valuable opportunity to better understand Europe at the very least. Looking ahead to our next conference in 2 years, we plan to expand our outreach again to a diverse group of experts with particular attention to the relationship between Europe and the Global South. The definition of the Global South will require further brainstorming by linguists. The impact of the Global South, if there is any, will require the valuable contributions from experts like those participating in today's conference. We expect you all, and even more, in September 2026. Thank you very much. Until we meet again.
Thank you, President Koskos. We will now go on with the first and opening plenary. And this first plenary will be given by a very famous scholar, Vivian Schmidt. She is Jean Monnet Professor of European Integration, Professor Emerita of International Relations and Political Science, and founding director of the Center for the Study of Europe, all at Boston University in the USA. She taught at Boston University from 1998 to 2023. She is currently a visiting fellow in the Robert Schuman Center at the European University Institute in Florence. Also honorary professor at the Guido Carli University in Rome, and senior fellow at the Zoe Institute in Köln and Brussels. She has also been a visiting professor at countless institutions, including Sciences Po in Paris, Freie Universität in Berlin, the Free University of Brussels, the European University Institute, Oxford University, and Harvard University, where as affiliated faculty, she co-chaired the study group on the European Union from 2008 to 2023. Professor Schmidt works on democratic legitimacy and the challenges of populism in Europe, very important today, as we all know, and the US as well, on European institutions and economic governments, as well as on ideas and discourse in political analysis. She has published over 300 journal articles and 13 books, including Europe's Crisis of Legitimacy, Democracy in Europe, and many other books. In other words, she is a real star. Will you welcome Professor Schmidt with a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Is the mic on, or you have to put it on, I think?
Is it on? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, excellent.
Okay.
So delighted to be here, and thank you so much for the lovely introduction. Thank you for the invitation to speak. So my topic today is Europe's polycrisis in discourse, normative challenges, discursive dynamics, and political dilemmas. I do not have a PowerPoint. That is deliberate. I decided, since the conference is about discourse, I will discourse. Also, I'm going to be covering such a wide range of topics that it would be dizzying to watch a PowerPoint. Europe has faced growing challenges from the successive crises of recent years. The Eurozone, we already heard, the Eurozone crisis, the migration crisis, Brexit, COVID-19, the security crisis, the ongoing climate crisis, all accompanied by the political crises linked to the rise of populism. The responses to these ideas, to these challenges, have required new ideas and discourse. And some of these ideas have been successful in solving problems and legitimating actions, and some not. The ideational challenges in discourse, in terms of what is said and done, are cognitive, about defining the problems and devising solutions that not only work, but make sense to EU citizens. They're not only cognitive, they're normative. Whether the EU and member state leaders can continue to project a shared sense of European values outside the EU as well as inside, and that resonate such that they appeal to reason and to emotions, such that things seem right and feel right. But in addition to the ideational challenges are the discursive ones in terms of who is talking to whom. And these too have become increasingly complicated. between coordinating policy responses within EU institutions and among member states, while politically communicating them to European citizens, especially given the increasingly polarized and illiberal politics on the populist extreme right. So the question for Europe's leaders and citizens today is whether they can together fashion a new normative discourse that reflects a progressive vision for a sustainable, equitable, and peaceful future, leading to successful outcome, or if it instead all falls apart. Whether because a return to neoliberal policies end up stymieing investment in the future, which only fuels further populist forces on the extreme right. So, do we succeed in a more progressive future, or does it all fall apart? To answer this question, I begin to talk about questions about the nature, scope, power, and legitimacy involved in ideas and discourse, illustrating with discourses about Europe and the EU over time. Then I'll look at the responses to crises in Europe, such as the Eurozone crisis and the health pandemic, followed by the political dilemmas, in particular the populist ideas and discourse. And then, if that were not enough, I'm going to be looking at today's challenges. Very briefly, the security challenges, challenges about money, politics, and democratic governance. All within 10 hours, did I say? Okay, so first, why discourse, as in the title of the conference? This is about the importance of the role of ideas in constituting political action, in the construction and reconstruction of ideas about political interests and values. It's also about the power of discourse to persuade in political debate. It's the centrality of deliberation and contestation for democratic legitimation. And it also serves to help explain the dynamics of change. So what is discourse? All of you here, of course, have your own approaches. I call mine discursive institutionalism, and fortunately I'm finally finishing a book on the topic and should be out next year. But for me, discursive institutionalism serves as an umbrella concept to the many different ways of considering the ideas, discourses, and discursive interactions of sentient agents. So sentient agents, thinking, speaking, acting individuals, all in institutional context. And by talking about discursive institutionalism as an umbrella concept, I'm thinking about creating a field in which others can recognize one another across a wide range of approaches with very different epistemologies and ontologies. So this is take your pick, the ideational turn, the argumentative turn, interpretivism, all the way through affinities to critical discourse analysis and post-structuralist approaches. So you might ask, why discursive institutionalism? Why this awkward name? Well, for one, discourse is not just about text, what is said. It's also about context, where it was said, when and how. And of course, it's about audience, what is said to whom. But then why institutionalism, you may ask? So what I try to do is set sentient agents' ideas and discourse in institutional context. And institutional context, first and foremost, involves the structures, construction, and communication of meaning by sentient agents who convey substantive ideas through interactive processes of discourse following contextualized logics of communication within a given meaning context, based in historical traditions, cultural identities, and political principles. But institutional context is also contains the formal and informal institutions created by sentient agents that shape their actions. And on top of this, there are the structural forces, material realities, and temporal events that may have an influence. So all of this, so that explains why discursive institutionalism, but beyond that, as a political scientist, the term has its origins in my response to the so-called institutionalist or neo-institutionalist turn in political science in the 1990s that essentially pushed ideas and discourse outside of the analytic domain. They did not take ideas and discourse seriously. And here I think about rational choice institutionalism, focused on interest, historical institutionalists, focused on path dependency of rules and regularities, and even sociological institutionalists focused on frames, although they at least took ideas seriously. So that's essentially the origins of the term, but as I said, it's essentially a term meant to indicate a vast field, and it's an umbrella concept. So what is discourse substantively, and how does it apply to Europe? So first, I'd like to talk about the way in which it's about what is said how, and it comes in many different forms. So it's narratives, stories, frames, framing. Early on, if we think about the EU, it's the narrative about the EU as a guarantor of peace and prosperity. But then what we see is divergent frames amongst the member states. It's the EU as an ever-widening market. Here we're thinking about the UK, Denmark, Sweden. And it's the EU as an ever-widening market versus EU as a deepening community of values. Here think France, Germany, perhaps Ireland to some extent, even Austria. But at the same time that we have these discourses about the EU, each country has different stories about why Europe. France, the EU is a multiplicateur de puissance, an extension of national sovereignty, something to enhance national identity, and to spread French values about the universal rights of man. In the UK, on the contrary, the EU is the other, a threat to sovereignty and identity, to the rights of Englishmen. And the discourse, what's interesting, is those in favor of the EU simply talked about economic interests, and those against talked about sovereignty and identity. And no wonder, in a way, that we ended up with Brexit many years later. Italy, the EU was essentially...
Is the mic properly on?
Is it? Yeah?
Is it?
Can you hear? Yeah?
Yeah, maybe you speak a little bit into it. It's a bit soft.
Yeah, does it? Okay. Yeah. So, whereas France, the EU is a multiplicateur de puissance, and the UK, the EU is the other. The EU, for Italy, it's salvati dall'Europa, saved by Europe. Spain, Europe, the EU becomes a guarantor of democracy after dictatorship. The same for Portugal, Greece, and for Germany, it's Germans as Europeans, to forget the troubled past. Okay, but beyond this, it's discourse is also, in other forms, are symbols, myths, and memories. Symbols like the EU flag, the passport, the anthem, the euro. But they're also memories, individual, collective, but also institutional. And if you remember, there was a moment when EU literature talked about the world wars as civil wars. This is about rethinking the past, institutionalizing different kinds of memories. In the member states in the aftermath of World War II, you also saw sort of a reframing, if you will, of institutional memories. So in Italy, the Italians become brava gente. You have the resistance myth in France, and many more. But beyond narratives, stories, frames, and framing, symbols, myths, and memories, we have discursive struggles and argumentative practices. So there's deliberative democracy, think of Habermas, agonistic democracy, Chantal Mouffe. And here, when we apply to the EU, talk about the referenda, the many different referenda. The Maastricht Treaty in France, the debate between François Mitterrand and Philippe Séguin on sovereignty and identity, which was won by a slim margin, or the referendum on the Constitutional Treaty in 2005, where the French reject the constitutional treaty in favor of a plan B for democracy, at the same time that the Netherlands rejects the constitutional treaty because it's anti-immigration. Beyond this, we need to talk also about philosophies, ideologies, and worldviews. And the EU, if we think about the economics, in terms of ideology, or at least philosophy, went from a very liberal economic philosophy to a neoliberal one. It retained some social democratic concerns, but this was more talk than action, as Jacques Delors. So that was Jacques Delors' greatest regret. So in addition to these many, many different forms of ideas come two types of arguments. They're the cognitive arguments justifying causal necessity, say in the economic arena. Neoliberal economic policies began the late 90s in the EU. So think about the 1980s was about the rollback of the state to free the markets. That's Thatcher. Tina, there is no alternative. This is causal necessity. But in the Netherlands, you had Ruud Lubbers. In the Central and Eastern European countries by the 1990s, you had the same. But in the 1990s in Western Europe, we see the Social Democrats coming back in and continuing the neoliberal project, but rolling out the state to enhance it. This is Blair, Jospin, Schroeder. In the 2000s, we see the ramp up of the supranational state. This is about the EU and the creation of the single market and the euro. So they're all cognitive arguments about this. As for normative arguments about norms and values, here we see this much more in the foreign policy arena and the neighborhood policy. The EU appears as a normative power of Europe. Remember that in the early 2000s. The notion of soft power as promoting human rights around the world. The Copenhagen criteria, ensuring human rights, rule of law, and democracy. The notion that the EU had the power of attraction, in particular for the accession states, member states. But later, as we see, there have been significant problems with this. The power of attraction is powerful, but only, unfortunately, during the accession process. And certainly today we've seen significant democratic backsliding in many Central and Eastern European countries. Okay, but this is all about the substantive content of ideas. We also need to consider the discursive processes of interaction. So it's about who is talking to whom in given institutional settings. So here there's the coordinative discourse of policy construction. And in the EU, this is about political actors such as member state leaders in the Council, members of the European Parliament, and technical actors in the Commission, the ECB, various agencies. And they create epistemic communities, say, promoting the single market and the euro. This is bankers, financial actors, journalists pushing the euro in the 70s and 80s. It's advocacy coalitions where you get policy actors with power added to the epistemic communities. And of course, beyond that, they're ideational entrepreneurs. Think of Delors, Barroso, Juncker, von der Leyen on the technical side, but also on the political side, Kohl and Mitterrand on the euro, or Merkel for the refugee crisis, Macron on visions for Europe, in particular during COVID. But beyond the coordinative discourse of policy coordination, there's the communicative discourse of political orientation and legitimation between leaders and the public. And here, interestingly enough, and unfortunately, the EU has had generally a very weak communicative discourse because the member states' leaders are expected to speak for Europe, to build identity. But in fact, member state leaders tend to focus as national leaders on building national identity, which meant that for a very long time, the EU, there was very little voice speaking for the EU. And when the EU was conjured up in national discourses, it was often to either to blame shift for unpopular policies or to take the credit for popular policies without ever mentioning the EU. More recently, however, what we've seen is that the EU institutional actors have begun to exercise much more voice. Think of Draghi in his July 2011, "We'll do whatever it takes" speech, to the financial markets, which stopped their attacks dead in their tracks. Or think of von der Leyen during COVID, where you had effective public communication. Okay, but once we consider ideas, discourse, and discursive interactions, we need to address another question, which is actually not often addressed, certainly not much in political science, for those who actually use ideas and discourses, and this is about the power. How do we explain the power of ideas and discourse? Often people just say, ideas matter, discourse matters, and assume that that's enough. But what I've done, and this is with a co-author, with Martin Carstensen from Denmark, we began thinking, okay, how can we explain the power of ideas and discourse? And we came up with 3 ways of thinking about this. It's persuasive power through ideas via discourse, it's coercive power over ideas and discourse, and it's structural and institutional power in ideas and discourse. So the first, persuasive power through ideas via discourse, is what I see as mainly discursive institutionalism. That's its focus. And it's the capacity to persuade via discourse, to persuade others of the cognitive validity and the normative appropriateness of worldviews through ideational elements. And this can be done through mechanisms of identification, diffusion, reinvention, learning, much of this from the policy literature. So if we think about the EU and building the EU, this is all about persuasion. At the beginning, there was no real coercive power or structural power, even institutional in the traditional terms of political science. But the EU gained such powers mainly due to its initial persuasive power. So, for example, via identification through empty signifiers, using Laclau and Mouffe, empty signifiers like integration or the euro. It's also about diffusion across Europe of the ideas about the euro, for example, or the advantages of the single market. Diffusion, translation into national ideas. It's also about bricolage, as EU actors reinvent the treaties to increase their competencies. And it's about learning, as member states adopt and adapt EU directives, engage in interaction in the council, etc. So that's persuasive power through ideas via discourse. But there are 2 other kinds of power. There are powers of ideas and discourse that are equally important to think about. There's coercive power over ideas and discourse. And this is the capacity to control and dominate the meaning of ideas and resist alternatives. So think about the top-down power of elites to impose. Let's talk about the Eurozone crisis and Greece. It's also about media controlling, generally at the national level, controlling what is discussed and what is not. Or it's simply experts don't listen. Think about neoliberal policies that were increasingly problematic, but no neo-Keynesian policies were ever listened to. But, and this is important, it's not just top-down, it's also bottom-up power. Think about the power of social movements to shame others into conformity, governments into conformity. Think about the Bolkestein Posted Workers Directive, which was massive social mobilization in the mid-2000s that stopped it. Or there's also about another kind of coercive power over ideas and discourse, is that member states simply don't listen. In the EU, think about Hungary's democratic backsliding, is not listening to the EU. So that's all about coercive power. But there's also yet another kind of power of ideas and discourse, which are structural and institutional powers. So Here, ideas structure thought. So think of Foucault and discourse, subject positions. That's about a structuring power. Or Gramsci's hegemony. This is about people being blinded by their ideas. So think about the ordoliberal obsession with fiscal stability to the detriment of growth, which we see in the EU on the euro, and has just come back. Or think about certain ideas are institutionalized as opposed to others, embedded in the rules, in other words. The Stability and Growth Pact, the no bailout clause. And that's also tremendous power in ideas and discourse, because once they are embedded in the rules, or embedded or blinding people through their thoughts, very difficult to change, regardless of how persuasive you think you might be in terms of the use of persuasive power. So there's basically three ways I think about power of ideas and discourse, and it actually, I think, tends to also mirror most of the approaches amongst those scholars of ideas and discourse who talk about ideas mattering. So finally, discourse is not just about power, and it's also about legitimacy and normative legitimation. So legitimacy is not just Weberian in terms of public trust and consent in a governing authority. It's also about the legitimacy of governing activities. And here it's about the three kinds of legitimacy. One is policy effectiveness or performance, what in the EU studies literature is called output legitimacy. Another is political responsiveness, political legitimacy, or what is called input legitimacy. And finally, it's also about the procedural quality of governance, or what I have called throughput legitimacy. So just to give you one very quick example of this, in terms of issues of legitimacy and politics, all of these came to a head with the Eurozone crisis, what I've called in my 2020 book, which was mentioned, Europe's crisis of legitimacy. And it begins with sort of a focus on procedural legitimacy, or in the subtitle of my book, I call it Governing by Rules and Ruling by Numbers in the Eurozone. So a stylized view of the crisis is that EU actors assumed that all they needed to do was emphasize throughput legitimacy by doubling down on the Stability and Growth Pact rules, and therefore they would have good results, output performance legitimacy, and therefore it didn't matter that this was completely unresponsive to the people, i.e. no political input legitimacy. And the result is, instead of EU-wide solidarity, or a great leap forward to fiscal sharing, we got austerity and structural reform, especially harsh for program countries, and especially the country in which we find ourselves today. So there was little throughput legitimacy. The EU appeared unaccountable, non-transparent. There was no output legitimacy. There was deteriorating economic performance everywhere, and there was no input legitimacy. These rules were imposed on all member states. And the result is we got increasingly toxic politics, rising protest, and the creation new populist challenger parties. By 2012, however, with a deteriorating economy and rising political revolt, the EU began reinterpreting the rules. But it did so by stealth, without admitting that those rules didn't work. And the result was there was, yes, incremental improvement in the economics, but the suboptimal rules remained, and their tremendous perception of illegitimacy. By 2015 on, actually member states and the EU admitted to the reinterpretation of the rule, of reinterpretations for greater legitimacy. They created rules for flexibility, but the damage had been done. Only in 2020, with the COVID-19 responses, did we see a great leap forward in terms of the Eurozone. This was really, at that moment, a tacit acknowledgement that their responses had not been fit for purpose. What we see is all of a sudden, next generation EU, the Resilience and Recovery Fund, and interestingly enough, where did that money go? It was to repair the damage to those most hit not by COVID, but by the Eurozone crisis. And those also in danger of populist results. As a result, we see increasing rise in input legitimacy, political legitimacy, rise in trust in governments. You can see it in all the polls, and better output and throughput legitimacy. However, in the interim, what we got was the rise of populism, and that hasn't been going away. So, what is populism? I know lots of you in here have your own definitions again, so I'm going to try mine out and see what you think. And of course, lots of definition. So for me, discursive institutionalism, I call it the discursive construction of discontent. And I talk about the 4 M's of populism: message, messenger, medium, and milieu. Thank goodness I could find an M for milieu. So the message, what is said, how, encompassing both the style, anti-elite, us versus them, we, the real people versus corrupt elites, using post-truth, fake news, politics of bullshit, and admittedly not all populists use this, but this is in particular on the extreme right, but it's a style, but also a content. And while the style generally unites, the content differs on the extremes of the right to the left. On the extreme right, it's about exclusivity. The buzzwords are sovereignty, nationalism, identity and culture, with socioeconomics coming in with welfare chauvinism, and in many cases an illiberal drift. Whereas on the extreme left, you have inclusiveness, it's universalist, pro-human rights, and a focus on class and economics. And here, there's always a question, will it revive democracy, or will there also be an illiberal drift? But that's the message. The messenger is about who says what to whom. It's about leaders, but also followers. So the leaders have charisma and authority: Beppe Grillo, Le Pen, Boris Johnson, Geert Wilders, Orban, Kaczynski. Well, I must say, some don't look very charismatic to me, but okay, others see that. But it's not just about, the messenger is not just the charismatic leader, it's also about the organic intellectuals that advise them. Think about Trump, Steve Bannon for Trump, Gian Roberto Casaleggio for Grillo, Philippot for Marine Le Pen before there was a crash and burn in the debate in 2017 based on his advice. But beyond the leaders and the organic intellectuals are also activist networks of expertise. Grillo got his material support and internet from Casaleggio. Orban relies on a network of business associates to control the economy and the media. Marine Le Pen gets loans from Russia. So it's important to see all of this and the kind of support that comes in. It's also about social movements. But then beyond that, there's the medium, how the messengers disseminate their messages via new and traditional media. So new social media, which tends to be decentering of democracy because it's now bottom up as opposed to just top down. Even with the radio, someone had to control the radio waves. Now no one does. And it helps create echo chambers of support, especially through algorithms that emphasize anger. And interestingly enough, it's populists who've used the media to social media to greatest effect, going all the way back to Jean-Marie Le Pen in the early 1980s, who used the Minitel to find his followers under the radar. Think of Grillo launching the 5-star movement via the internet, Podemos managing to get its messages out as well, or Matteo Salvini, who has a team of 20-somethings posting, making posts that fit the national mood of the day. But that's the new social media. There are also traditional media, which have become increasingly fragmented and polarized, that amplify the social media messages, that focus on leaders and see news as entertainment, and as money-making. And here, think of the billionaire owners who have taken over lots of major channels for their own purpose. Not only Orban's oligarchs, but Murdoch, Fox News, Sun, Bolloré in France, CNews, and the Journal du Dimanche. And all of this reinforces, in particular, right-leaning messages. But beyond the messenger, and medium, there's the milieu. And by milieu, we're back to context, institutional context. But it's the socioeconomics of those feeling left behind, the sociocultural impact of those worried about loss of status and the changing faces of the nation. This is about anti-immigration. But it's also the politics of those who want to take back control, Brexit being the most important example. So how does this relate to the power of ideas and discourse? It's importantly, in the beginning, to see that populists have no power, no traditional power, coercive, structural, or institutional, but they have the power of persuasion. And populist messengers win elections with persuasive anti-system messages using the medium of social and traditional media that resonate in national context, the milieu, with cognitive appeals to the dissatisfactions, socioeconomic, sociocultural, and political, and with normative outrage against elites and against policies of immigration, globalization, welfare. But in addition to persuasive power, they also have coercive power over ideas and discourse. This is what that coercive power over ideas and discourse is what populists outside government accuse the mainstream of having from the top down, enemies of the people who propagate fake news, even as they exercise that self-same power from the bottom up by pushing governing elites to change their policies in their own direction. And once in government, some populists seek to control the media or to take over, as in Hungary. But finally, there's also structural and institutional power in ideas and discourse, what populists combat while on the outside. But on the inside, some use this institutional and structural power to consolidate post-truth worldviews and anti-system identities, while changing laws, reducing freedom of the press and independence of the judiciary. So they institutionalize their own ideas. So that's the theoretical part about ideas and discourse, and I do have more time, I hope. Very good. So what about today? As the EU confronts continued challenges related to security, war in Ukraine in particular, not to mention Gaza, money, and also democratic governance and politics. So we're shifting focus here to policy and governance. So security, and I think we need to start here. We now see major geopolitical threats with the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, as well as the Israel-Gaza war. And the EU, of course, has done some things, such as funding the Ukraine, but it needs real European-level capacity instead of lots of talk. You know, think about strategic autonomy. How long have we seen EU leaders talking about strategic autonomy? We still don't have it. All talk. And of course, with all of this, there are obstacles from the extremes on the right and the left who are against a common security, a European army, especially those that are pro-Russian. But even the mainstream parties have had little political will at the EU level, even if they've increased their national spending up to 2%, and not all have. But where is the EU in all of this? Very little capacity. So just to illustrate, a leading scholar of common security and defense policies, Van Biscott, wrote in late 2024 that the entire institutional and material edifice of CSDP resembles a sophisticated coffee machine that involves impressive gurgling and grinding noises to produce a cup of coffee. But that machine makes exactly the same noises when it needs refilling with beans. This is the problem with Europe's defense mechanism. It makes lots of gurgling and grinding noises, but nobody has ever filled the machine with beans. In short, long on discourse, short on action. And how do we refill the machine with beans, the security machine? That requires money, lots of money. Not just to continue to support the Ukraine through this war, but also to rebuild the country afterwards, let alone what enlargement might mean in terms of cohesion and structural funds. This is about ensuring the capacity to defend the EU and securing borders, not just on the Eastern Front, but also other potential threats. Arguably, this is about gaining capacity to act in the region without always going to Uncle Sam. Trump wins, the US will not be there. But even if Harris wins, and hopefully she does, the US will still be in retreat from Europe. There's still the continued shift to Asia. So the EU needs money, lots of money for security. But there are other equally important issues for which the EU needs money. It needs support for the green transition, renewables, digital transformation, dealing with increasing inequalities between countries as much as within, rebuilding the infrastructure after years of underinvestment, paying for enlargement in whatever form it comes. All of this requires EU-level fiscal capacity. So how does the EU get fiscal capacity? How do we get the money for that? And this is about, again, we've seen lots of talk and not much action, with the exception of the COVID-19 Temporary Resilience and Recovery Fund. But there's been little political will to get the money, to have a permanent EU-level fund. Worse, we've seen step backwards, given the recent reforms of the fiscal rules. You may not have seen this, but the Stability and Growth Pact rules were only slightly reformed. Governing by rules and ruling by numbers returns. I mean, when I wrote this book and then COVID hit and the Resilience and Recovery Fund came, I thought, fantastic for Europe, very bad for my sales of the book. Now, the return of the fiscal rules, great for my book. Oh, but really bad for the EU. So. But governing by rules and ruling by numbers has returned. In these slightly reformed fiscal rules, the numbers remain. It's 3% deficit, 60% debt. And although there's increasing flexibility on time for reducing deficit and in debt, and more sensitivity to country differences and needs, there is no EU permanent debt. And the problem is it may very well spell a return to austerity. And beyond this, it's a disaster for the EU and member states' climate goals and social commitments. Rather than budgetary rules, the EU needs permanent EU debt facility to address its existential challenges. You know, call it what you want. An EU sovereignty fund, which the Commission floated for maybe 3 weeks. A temporary just transition fund. Safe assets. Call it anything, but do it. The fiscal rules are suboptimal, even if they're better than the others, because they don't allow for national investment in the future. Austerity is likely for a majority of member states with high deficits and debt, especially without some kind of EU-level fund to make up for the lack of national investment. What we're seeing is it's restricting member state investment and their ability to reach the climate goals. In one study, approximately 14 member states, making up 70% of the EU's GDP, will be pushed to reduce their deficits by 0.5% per year. On climate change, only 3 member states will be able to meet their EU green targets. And it's, of course, Denmark, Sweden, and one other, possibly Estonia. On social Europe and the social questions, it's worse for countries with high deficits and debt. So here, think Belgium, Italy, France, and others, that will need to cut social expenditures on health and welfare. And here, I hate to say, but Germany is the elephant in the room on this, in terms of structuring ideas along with the other frugals. And the structuring ideas of ordoliberalism, no, we don't want EU-level debt. No, we don't want to pay for the others. And this is all about stability and not thinking about the importance of growth. In the interim, we have problems of democratic governance and politics that are at a stalemate. There needs to be reform of EU governance, especially in view of enlargement, and the need for the democratization of the EU. But that's yet another set of issues. So finally, to wrap up, after this long overview of the EU and discourse and the current problems, there are three possible discourses for the future. One is neoliberalism, another is populism, and the last is progressivism. And much depends on which of these current three big ideas wins out. Backwards with neoliberalism, off the rails with populism, forward with progressivism. Our big question is neoliberalism resilient? And if it is, will we see, and we're likely to see, increasing rise of populism? And with populism, especially if neoliberalism is redivivus, it will reinforce the milieu in which populism thrives. The socioeconomics of people feeling left behind, the sociocultural worries about loss of status, and the politics of take back control, which will add fuel to the messages, anti-elite, anti-EU, and especially on the extreme right. In particular, for those countries forced into social cuts, the EU makes you do it is toxic. For climate change deniers, this is great. Think about the end of the month, we, the extreme right in particular, say, we think about the end of the month, not the end of the world. And what we'll see is increasingly anti-EU-wide solutions to the migration crisis and a rise of things like anti-LGBT, anti-same-sex marriage, anti-abortion rising. So what about the progressive response? Style. A discursive construction of consensus rather than discontent, impassioned versus polarizing discourse, challenging lies and bullshit with the truth, and the content should be a more progressive vision, inclusive, addressing the problems in word and deed. That's the message. The messenger, new leaders with joyful charisma. I'm thinking of Kamala here. Actually, the last time I mentioned this, which was 6 months, a year ago, I had boring charisma, as I was thinking of Biden. But okay, now it's joyful charisma. We can be joyful about this. But it's new leaders with joyful charisma and truthful authenticity. And also the need to rebuild networks of parties and followers and avoid the siren calls of the extreme. And for the medium, i.e. in particular social media, change those algorithms. Regulate social media more and better in terms of content and ownership. And in terms of the milieu, address the socioeconomic, sociocultural, and political sources of discontent. And what this means is we need, and how do you address them? You need EU-level permanent debt. But we also need, already talked about that, need better EU economic governance and more democratic governance. The reform of the fiscal rules, jettison these outdated SGP rules, or at least moderate and have the golden rule on public investment so that member states can invest. Rethink economic governance by democratizing and decentralizing. And also we need better EU governance itself, end the unanimity rule in many areas. Make Eurozone treaties ordinary legislation. Have the EP co-decision in most domains at the same time that the European Parliament needs to bring in national parliaments. Devise new means of increasing citizen participation at all levels. And create a new grand bargain, reforming the institutional rules to make enlargement possible. So which of these three visions is most likely today? It's a toss-up. For the moment, it looks like the neoliberal fiscal hawks are winning, although progressivism remains a hope, but for how long, given the continued rise of populism? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian, for your inspiring and enlightening talk, and let's hope for good future trajectories. We now, ladies and gentlemen, have some time for question and answer. And Vivian, would you like to take your own questions, or would you like me to moderate and ignore some people and promote others?
Why don't you moderate? And
Yes,
should
I
stay
moderate.
here
Okay.
or come over there?
Whatever. Do you want to?
I can stay here. I can stay there.
You take care. You see who
Yeah.
asks. Okay. Well, questions, ladies and gentlemen. There's one. Yeah.
I figure before I'm ignored, I'll speak up.
Okay.
Thank you for this wonderful talk. Could you comment on, both in your discussion of message and medium, from a discourse analyst point of view, there's a fundamental problem in the linguistic nature of the discourse as well, so that you have, speaking as an American, Trump's very simple, uncomplicated discourse versus a far more, and we've done linguistic analysis of this, the discourse of the elites. And this breaks down both in public health and economics and social issues. Can you comment on whether what you see as some way to bridge that? Is there an interest in it? Because there's been a yawning gap for over 50 years, and now with social discourse and AI, it's becoming even more huge.
Yeah, that's a really important question. And it is a problem. Trump with his simple, uncomplicated, make America great again, and the discourse of the elites. But this is not just their discourse, but a lot of it reflects the fact that they have become increasingly, let's say, alienated from the people. And so there are two things going on. I think when in the past, when elites talked and used more increasingly technical language, so long as there was trust in the elites, some basic trust, it wasn't a problem. Yeah, we believe you, but we're seeing an undermining of trust, not just in politicians, but also in science, in scientists, et cetera. And that underlies then the appeal, in some ways, of the very simple language, it seems to me. But you're right about the linguistics. Simple is easier. And it appeals. But what works for politicians is beginning to come back to the more simple language. There are ways in which you can have simple language that resonates, that isn't a Trump talking about vermin or talking about build a wall. And what you can see, and what was really interesting with Kamala's campaign, is that she is actually managing to have the authenticity, but with joy rather than anger. So there's more. I mean, in here you talk about linguistics, what they say, but it's also how they say it. And it's about some sort of symbolic messages. And if you remember the debate between Trump and Kamala, as Trump trots out another one of his crazy, which one was it? Dog-eating Haitians, she just is there and laughing. And that's worth more than 1,000 words. She doesn't even have to respond. But she herself had some more simple messages. But of course, that's not enough. But it's at least a beginning. But what do you do? I mean, here there's a whole other set of literature explaining, why people are drawn to this. Some people talk about authoritarian personalities. I don't want to go there. But there is some really good work, George Lakoff, I think, and just talking about the way in which Trump's sentences and his unfinished sentences actually resonate, create a sense of
Yes.
intimacy with
Yes, absolutely.
with the listener, so that they complete his sentences.
Exactly.
And therefore,
Very
see, now
clear.
you're completing my sentence for me. And it's supposed to create
Very
a
clever.
sense of intimacy
clever.
with the speaker.
Okay, thank you. Ruth Wodak, next question. Great.
Great sort of overview and so many important issues. I just wanted to ask about one issue, and that's the role of conservative parties. I believe that the populists, and especially the far right, would not be able to win or be so strong if they would not be supported by conservative parties, and that's actually the case in the States with the Republicans. It's the case in Austria. It's the case in Germany, and in many other countries. And we've had examples in the past, of course. So where would that fit in your overall framework? That for the options for the future, is that about the end of liberalism, as some writers say, or is it about actually some kind of normalization or mainstreaming of the far right into the conservative parties? What do you think is happening there? Is it basically the neoliberal economics, which I believe is bonding the two very much? And how would one be able to persuade the conservatives to distinguish themselves, or to have a Brandmauer, a cordon sanitaire against the far right?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, that's an excellent question and comment. The role of the conservatives is tremendously important. I have a paper that came out recently on populist agenda setting, which addresses some of that. In addition, sort of it continues with the medium, with the 4 M's, but now it says, okay, how do the populists exert their power? And of course, the conservatives are the ones who have been moving toward the extremes as they see their own voters moving toward the far right. They figure, okay, what we're going to do is simply adopt their message. But of course, it means that everything moves to the farther and farther to the right. And I should say that the center left has also been chasing after the center right, that's been chasing after the extreme right. It's a tremendous problem. Daniel Ziblatt has written about this, about that in looking at fascism, Nazism, it's the conservative parties that are the ones who are the cordon sanitaire, and if they go, then it all goes.
Absolutely.
So this is a very dangerous moment.
That
We're
is
not in the
different
30s, thank goodness, or at least not yet. But the question then is, how does one respond? And it's very difficult to say. I mean, there are people who argue, oh yeah, this just tames the far right, but does it? I mean, you know, we can talk about normalizing, but the normalizing doesn't go toward the center, it actually goes farther on the right. Certainly in the US, the Republican Party has just been taken over by the MAGA Republicans, and the Republican Party doesn't exist. The only way to fight it, I guess, is a more progressive message with progressive messengers who can make the more simple kinds of discourse that actually resonate. But beyond that, they actually have to do something. I mean, part of the reason we are where we are is, how long is it? 40 years of neoliberalism, where we've seen rising inequalities, stagnant wages, and people truly feeling more and more desperate, left behind. And we've also had changes from manufacturing to the service economy, and from the service economy into the gig economy. People feel tremendously insecure. And when they feel insecure, whoever seems to have a better message, and the simpler message, the better, it would appear. And an angry message at that, it seems to work. But the only way to combat that is to rebuild the kinds of links that the Social Democrats have lost. Rebuild it into the grassroots. You're actually beginning to see that with the Democrats in the US. And that needs to happen in many European countries as well. But there's really the link between elites, social democratic elites, and their citizenry has been lost. And it's lost for a variety of reasons. There used to be unions, strong unions, and various associations that linked them to it, and they're gone. And they're gone in an internet society where, how do you reach people? Well, one way is through the internet, but then everyone has access to the internet. I think it's back to knocking on doors. Mm-hmm. And really local grassroots efforts all the way up. I talked to someone in Hungary about what do you do given Orban has total control of everything. And his view is the only way is from the bottom up. So municipalities at the local level and building on that.
Okay. The last question is by the gentleman with the glasses.
The gentleman is registered, I'm Jeffrey Levitt, but yes. I'm not on the participant list. If you're in Greece on the 17th, maybe you will run into Pithol, who can help you with regard to messaging and various other things. 2 questions. You speak about legitimacy in terms of input, output, and throughput. You don't mention feedback legitimacy, which is one of the ways to gain control or to lose it. My second question, you are pointing to social cuts. A question from Greece. What do you think will happen to the health budget in Greece with these social cuts, given the fact that the national health system is running into problems, that the primary health care has not been really instituted, so we have many problems. Thank you.
Yeah, on the social cuts, it's tragic. It's not just Greece, it's Italy, it's going to be happening in France, it will happen across Europe as a result of the push on the fiscal rules and fiscal consolidation. And here we've got to talk about a lack of imagination and a real problem for all of the EU, all member states, and for Greece. And, from the economics comes and the social comes the politics. And so here what you'll see is, again, the simple responses of the extreme right populist parties in particular that basically say, we are going to fund the welfare state for us. So it becomes a very exclusive and, in many ways, xenophobic kinds of policies. And you see this, back to Ruth's comment, you see this coming from the conservatives in particular, but not only. That's one. On legitimacy, feedback legitimacy, unfortunately, systems, this is about discourse as well. I really don't like using these system terms of input, output, throughput, but that's what we're stuck with in EU studies. So I brought up throughput as a way of thinking about sort of in EU studies, you had input into the system, output, out. So political input, this is David Easton, and then output, and then there's always a feedback loop. So I just assume the feedback loop. What I tried to do is say, we need to understand these other terms like accountability, transparency, inclusiveness, openness, and even efficacy that are floating around there and are never theorized. So by grouping them together in throughput, I say, okay, what you have is not just input, political, participation, governing responsiveness, but throughput, i.e. all of these other categories that also help make input go seamlessly through to output or performance or results. But there's results always come back. So the feedback legitimacy would be the output is responsive to the citizens. Citizens consider this, and then it comes back in terms of political input. But yeah, sorry for the terms.
Okay, thank you very much once again, Vivian, for your excellent talk. We now have a coffee break, which is in the room next to this theater. Okay? About 15 minutes, and then we come back to the first panel in this theater, right? Yes. Help me
Test. Okay. Okay.
This is wet.
Is it wet? No, it's somehow cool.
Oh.
It's the same. I feel
Okay.
like,
Okay.
This is your presentation. Could you, I don't know who's going to go first, probably.
I'm
you
following
prefer.
the.
Okay, okay. So once you're ready, you just double click this, okay? Okay.
I don't have your biography. Do you have a biography?
I'm an art historian.
Here. Can you just?
Yeah, just.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be in Athens in this conference and a topic that is important for all of us in Europe and beyond. And I was asked to chair this panel on Europe as a normative and international actor, value-based approach, because I got very much interested in the European identity and on European multiculturalism. Is there such thing and what it means. But I am not a panelist. So, because I was asked also to give a talk on Europe and the Global South, which will be tomorrow afternoon. But I would like to say some words also following Vivian Schmidt's talk today, the keynote this morning, that you talked about populism and nationalist feelings growing all over Europe, sweeping from the east to the west. It started in the east, now it's also in the west. And although nationalism constituted the organizing principles of Europe in the 19th century, but it is inimitable in the construction of the European Union today, just the contrary. It shouldn't be, at least. We are on a normative panel. We are going with the shoulds and must. And the signing of the Maastricht Treaty was the source of countless debates about implications of a new political space for national, regional, linguistic, and religious identities, as well as the European identity that will encompass them all and to which they would be linked. While the European project has attempted to surmount nationalist models, it has never been nevertheless swamped by a backlash by populist parties, very well explained and in detail and analyzed by Vivian Schmidt, and which continue to be successful at the polls, unfortunately, and we are expecting even the worst for France later, in recent future, I would say. Indeed, populists have thrived in a Europe without internal borders. This space of free movement is also a transnational space of mobilization for advocacy on behalf of interests and identities. Resurgent nationalism have brought to the front issues of national identity and sovereignty, as expressed through the protection of territorial borders that we hear more and more with all this, with the focus on immigration that I'm going to talk tomorrow. And these trends also highlight how populism clings to a particular representation of national, linguistic, and territorial identities. Nationalism is a great challenge for the European Union, and it calls into the question the ability of the united Europe to lead to the states beyond their national interests, to share a harmonious common future, and to form an enduring European identity. If the historic construction of the nation state is built on the myth of a common past, the national identity is dynamic and is defined and redefined vis-à-vis other nations in order to draw territorial boundaries, as well as more abstract identity boundaries. National identity and boundaries are also defined according to the expectation of the social groups and constituents. So is the European Union. It's changing borders, solidarity, redefining solidarities that is going to be discussed today, this morning, and also all the identities of Europe that are going to be there. We are much more in a normative perspective because the reality requires this normativity that is going to be based on human rights, on values that will bring all the European Union member states and beyond, and the neighbors together. So this is just an introduction to this panel, and we have two panelists, since I am not a panelist. I think that I will give the floor first to you, Professor Alaida Asman, who studied English literature and Egyptology at the University of Heidelberg in Tübingen. And from 1993 to 2014, you held the chair of English literature and literary theory at the University of Constance, Germany. You taught as a guest professor in international universities, Rice University, Princeton, Yale, Chicago, or Vienna. Your main area of research are history of media, history and theory of reading, cultural memory, with special emphasis on Holocaust and trauma. The Max Planck Research Award allowed you to establish a research group on memory and history from 2009 to 2015. Together with your husband, Jan Asman, you received the Peace Prize of the German Book Trade in 2018. Congratulations. From 2020 to 23, you directed a research group at the University of Constance on the topic of civic strength. So today you are going to talk to us about the European identity and after the Second World War. And the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and also, of course, for this invitation to this wonderful conference and all its topics that are so topical right now. We are really having to form a kind of conspiracy to save Europe here in Athens at the moment, and I'm very happy to see so many inspiring colleagues. So my point of view will be a very refined one. It will be a German person talking to you from her point of view, having grown up in Germany after the Second World War. So I will start. My topic will, next slide. My topic, Entschuldigung, mal. Bildschirme, could you help me to make the screen large? To enlarge the screen? You shouldn't see the slideshow. Doesn't. I just want to. So,
help is here.
Yeah, it's slideshow.
From the beginning.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So, what I will do here is to tell you practically my own very individual history of the EU, because from my point of view, I have lived in at least 4 very different kinds of Europe. Here are the first 3 Europes that I lived in. The first was the Europe of polarization. It was the Europe of the Cold War. It was a project of the veterans of the Great War and other architects that I really did not know about. I was not, it was their achievement to create a reconciliation, but this was based on a general policy of forgetting and economic liberalism. That was the way to get forward and to prevent war through a shared economy. So this first Europe of mine was the Cold War. It was clearly defined by the East and West polarization. The East was blocked. There were very
strong boundaries, the West was open. And for me, all cultural inspiration came from the West, not from Europe, but from the West, from the United States, and also the civic movement in the 1960s there, and of course the Beatles, but Europe was not an entity for me then. And Robert Schumann, I thought, was a composer. So all of this changed quite a bit in my second Europe. That came about with the dismantling of the wall, with the end of the Soviet Empire and the end of communism. What happened was, of course, the Eastern extension, and what was possible was suddenly to cross all these boundaries. And I really used this opportunity. I went to all these new Eastern European states and watched very carefully what was happening there, because there was an enormous new amount to learn about Europe. I had been totally focused on the West. Now I had to learn a lot about the East. And then after a couple of more years, 2015, there was another divide. And this was the peak point of migration in Germany. And what it brought was a new division after the Europe of pluralization, which was the Europe after the extension, the growth of new democracies in the East. Now we had the division, and we have had a revival of nationalism, and now a turning against also human rights, and the nationalism actually, and now separated the communities and the countries within themselves, not as formerly during the Cold War among the different blocs. And then there's a fourth Europe that I lived in, and that was after the start of the war against Ukraine. In this situation now, a nation state had to defend itself, the Ukraine, in order to become a free and democratic country, and is aspiring to join the EU. So the war is really about Europe, about the principles and norms and values of Europe. By the way, the enemy of the EU changed a couple of times. First, in the Cold War, it was the East versus the West. In the Europe of pluralization, it was Hitler and Stalin as the enemies. And now, after 2015, the migrant became the enemy. And now, in the fourth Europe, it is Putin who has become the enemy of the EU. Now, I would like to tell you a little bit the history of the EU as I reconstructed it for myself, because I wanted to know what kind of a unit is it that I am living in. And I found that it was not only built after the Second World War, but already after the Great War, after the First World War. And I want to remind you of the fact that there were many architects of the EU already much earlier, and I would take Stefan Zweig as an example. He wrote a very important essay on the moral detoxification of Europe in 1932. And here are a few ideas of his. He said, we must no longer think of putting together what is now in ruins. Instead, we need to build up something new and seek a more fruitful form that is still unformed. I think this sentence is a fantastic motto for the EU, a more fruitful form that is still unformed. And he said, we have to emphasize the commonality between the peoples of Europe more than their antagonism. we were deliberately kept in the dark about the cultural achievements of our neighboring nations and only learned about battles and under which generals we had met them in war. What he thought was needed was a kind of intellectual army, a new education of the youth, an elite well-versed in foreign languages, foreign customs, and knows the foreign countries from their own experience. So border crossing becomes mandatory. And he said, and this is really a key distinction that I'm taking over from Zweig. He distinguishes between the nation against Europe and the nation in Europe. And I will come back to this distinction. What is important is the ideal of a higher concord between nations while preserving the individuality of all nations. And he said, he is speaking from the point of view of a generation that has known the most terrible hatred in the world and has learned to hate this hatred because it is barren and diminishes the creative power of humanity. So I think these are very, very important words that we have to recover and repeat and also teach to our youth in various countries. Now, I also, from my point of view, discovered that the EU was founded, of course, after the Second World War, but not only by those who built peace and created the new economy, but also by those who had a concept of restoring law. So creating a new legal space was the most important thing for them in order for a new Europe to be possible. And here are only 3 names of 3 Jewish jurists who provided terms that became very important for stabilizing this legal realm. Actually, Churchill at some point after Germany's Wehrmacht army had invaded Eastern Europe, he said, we are witnessing a crime without a name. And these 3 jurists, in a way, have given these crimes names, and only in this way they could enter into, the concepts could enter the institutions. Here is Hersch Lauterpach, who created the term crime against humanity. And this concept was used in the Nuremberg trials, or Raphael Lemkin, who created the term genocide, a term that is used continuously now. And not to forget René Cassin in France, who redrafted the human rights in 1948. Of course, the human rights had been declared so many times, but they were still always exclusive. Women were not part of it. Of course, people of color were not part of it. But also after the end of the Second World War, there were so many new crimes and crimes without a name. And in this context, of course, the protection of minorities became ever more important. So this is just a summary of the various legal terms that were incorporated into the EU. Now I would like to emphasize one particular period which I found very important for my own concept of Europe, and I called it the European dream. And in this case, I'm speaking of the times of the 1970s when I would argue that the European dream went eastward. It was prepared, it was not only the fall of the wall, and it was already this spark in the Helsinki groups. The point was that civil societies, bottom up, were created because there was a concession among the Russians to acknowledge human rights to some extent in their countries. And from this accord, Helsinki Accord, all these groups developed, Solidarność, and also, of course, the peaceful demonstrations in the GDR, and many others. They were actually the ones who, before the coming down of the wall, they overcame the East-West polarization of the Cold War. And I will give you just one quote from one of the Eastern European philosophers named Gaspar Miklos Tamás, who said, many political scientists talk about the system change coming from outside and above. Nonsense. The change of system was not made by the whole people, but we were 2-3 million people at that time. There were clubs, debates, meetings, demonstrations. It was unbelievably fermenting in the society. This irrepressible will for freedom in 1989, this pathos for freedom, that was a moment of great beauty that remains. Now, in 1989, we are accustomed to think of Fukuyama and his concept of end of history, because that was his conception. He thought we had reached the end of history. But my point is, it was rather different. It was not the end of history, but the beginning of memory. And I will give you 2 examples of how memory re-entered the scene and why it should also become an issue for our consideration of discourse, because a lot of discourse is about memory. So one example is 1980s, the Fortunoff archive, the return of the testimonies of the survivors of the Holocaust. Now, in a huge number, these testimonies are documented and collected in archives. And also in 1992, of course, the Eastern European archives were open to allow new history of Nazism and Stalinism. And this was the consequence was that in many of the new Eastern countries, museums arose, because the first thing they did, they told the history from their national point of view, and they told these stories as a history of victims, of collective victimhood. So the focus was on Stalin, but very seldom on the collaboration with Hitler. And now I would like to say just a few words about national memory. I think it's interesting to distinguish here between the politics of pride and a politics of regret or responsibility. Now, politics of pride has been there always. That was the kind of national memory, and it had no rival until very recently. This is a very recent historic phenomenon. It was emphasizing honor, heroic honor, or the pathos of collective suffering. It was always had the tendency to be exclusionary and violent, whereas the politics of regret, as an absolutely new thing in history, was related to one's own crimes in history and establishing a form of recognition, acknowledgement, and empathy for the victim one had made oneself, and in order to build up possibilities also of integration. Now, I want to show you what the politics of pride can be and the different variants of it. When you think about the battles of Napoleon, you can go into the Paris metro and you will find 2 metro stations there. One is Care d'Austerlitz and the other one is Jena. So the victories of France, of the nation, are celebrated in metro stations. But you will not find a station that is called Waterloo. In order to find the Waterloo station, you have to go to London. So I would say this is the normal thing. I would argue Waterloo is dropped in France, but it is not repressed. And now I will, it's just not focused on, but the memory has a different quality when it is repressed. I will give you an example of repressed memory here. And this is Pamyat, Russian for memory. And this is what the celebration is like on the 9th of May in Moscow. It is called Immortal Regiment because now those people who have relatives, fathers, grandfathers in the Red Army are carrying the signs of their forebears, and therefore it has become a transgenerational initiative, an immense, a big social event, which was unfortunately, however, hijacked by Putin. And there was another form of memory in Russia that also formed after the end of history, and that was Sakharov or Irina Shabakova founding Memorial as an institution to investigate and collect the documents and in particular the memories of the victims of Stalin. And exactly this institution was closed and destroyed by Putin with the beginning of the war. Now, here you see the difference between Waterloo and the crimes of Stalin, the different kinds of forms in which these topics are addressed. As a consequence, I now pick up again Stefan Zweig's terms, the nation against Europe and the nation in Europe. I think we should not discard the nation state altogether and say we are all becoming cosmopolitans, we live just in the world at large. I would argue these terms can be helpful to make a very important distinction. Nation against Europe is militant and authoritarian. It's ethnically homogeneous. It is built on a memory of pride. It needs an enemy stereotype, and it inspires a threat and anxiety as a milieu for the society. The civil nation in Europe would be heterogeneous and diverse, built on this memory of responsibility in respecting differences and also building up civil initiatives from below. Now, when I wrote my book on Europe, I called it The European Dream. At that time, I was not aware that this book already existed with this title. Not my book, but another book with the same title. And this is Jeremy Rifkin back in 2004. And the subtitle also already tells you what it is about, how Europe's vision of the future is quietly eclipsing the American dream. So he was convinced that the European dream was really, in a way, taking over. He said the American dream is fading while the European dream is steadily gaining contours. It is already morally superior. We Americans are fixated on property rights and on civil rights. These rights are based on our individualism and elements of our autonomy. Europeans are focused on social rights, and they enforce human rights. You have to abolish death penalty to become a member of the EU. Now, I would like to show you that the European dream has moved in directions outside of Europe, not only the United States, but also 2019 in Ukraine. And that was after a quote from a speech of Zelensky after his unexpected victory at the elections. He said, "We have chosen the path to Europe. There are no true and false Ukrainians. This is our common dream. What if this is indeed our national idea to unite, to make the impossible possible?" And of course, at that time, he could not know under what conditions he would have to make the impossible possible, and I think we are all, especially Europeans, joining in this effort right now. And now I come to my last slide, and which shows you that the European dream is also in a way active in the Far East, in the Near East, in the other war. And if you read the last chapter of this book by my colleague Moshe Zimmerman, what he is actually drafting as a possible common future, double state future in Palestine, for me, from my point of view, looks very much like the nation in Europe, or the nation, the civil nation. And thereby I would like to end by saying that it looks as though the spark of the European dream has not yet fully expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Asman, for this wonderful presentation. And I get very excited with your statements, and I have, I'm taking notes to react. But before I react, maybe I think that since we are only two panelists, we should take questions to each separately rather than to have the whole panel, because there are two different topics, two different approaches. And why don't we get like 20 minutes for questions or no, 15 minutes, 15 minutes questions for Professor Asman. If I may use my position as a chair here, I would have some questions too for you. And you talked about Stefan Zweig, and more recently, but again in the past, in the 70s, you had also Kundera, who had this, Milan Kundera, who had this wonderful article in Le Débat in France, and praising Europe and the importance of Europe for Eastern Europe as well. So you are talking about many things that, my question here is legal space, right, true, but based on the normativity and the institutions, normative institutions giving a concrete aspect to this legal space through for human rights, European Court of Justice, etc., who emphasize this normativity that remain only normative, and it has a normative imposition on states. States are still sovereign. And just for something for the memory, you explain all these things that I really share, and we are all touched from what is going on, war in the north, war in the south, and I keep wondering about the future historians. How are they going to talk about this time, our time, this end of Europe, end of the European dream, or, the American dream I don't touch. I'm not of course, we were all concerned by the American dream, but now European dream is much more important for us. And how they are going to talk about pride and regret with regard to what is going on today in the border of Europe to some extent, if you extend Turkey also into the European Union, which was my dream. But then how we are going to talk about, what will be the memory, future, I'm thinking of the future memory, as paradoxical as it can be. So, but before, I would like to collect some questions from before you answer, I would like to get some questions from the floor. Madam? Do we have a micro, or?
I can speak loud now.
Okay.
Professor Asman, thank you very much for your inspiring conference. You can hear me, right? Okay. And thank you for putting it all together, which was next to impossible. But I would like to ask you to change the optics and look from a different position to an opposition of two concepts or two expressions that you put in the last slide. Nations against Europe, emphasizing. Yeah. Thank you.
That's better.
Nations who are against Europe with militarism and pride as one of their features on the one hand, and responsibility on the other. And in the context of Ukraine that you brought up, I wonder if you can reflect on maybe changing or like critically appreciating these terms
when a nation is put on the edge of survival, and when militarism becomes unwillingly a way to live another day, when pride, maybe not pride, although there is an element of it as well, but bravery, again, for the sake of survival, becomes an entirely different discourse, or it is framed entirely differently. On the other hand, a responsibility for Western European in particular, because you brought it up, you said that you'll talk about what you presented from the point of view of a German person who was born or who lived in the second half of the 20th century. So on the other hand, responsibility for never again, on the one hand, but responsibility for actually providing enough to oppress aggression as opposed to a blockage in, unfortunately, many European and particular German minds as far as providing lethal weapons to Ukraine so they, God forbid, don't kill Russians. So if you can reflect on these recontextualized concepts of yours. Thank you.
Should we get another question and then you'll have the three? Another question, monsieur? The micro here. Ah, voilà.
Thank you very much for this very personal but erudite presentation. I wish you, first of all, a fourth phase in which your dream for Europe comes true. I am from your -1 phase, being born in England before the Second World War. And of course, one of the things that I recall was, after it, forgive, but do not forget. I don't remember which lord said it, but it was a lord that said it. Two questions which relate to the future. Can you speculate on what you might see as crimes in the fourth phase? And secondly, do you think it might be helpful if Germany pays what it owes to Greece from the tragedies of the Second World War, especially in Crete? Thank you.
Okay. Another one, or we stop here? Stop. Okay. We stop? Yeah. Go ahead. Okay. We'll have another round.
Okay, well, thank you. These are very, very important questions, and they all go to the heart of what I'm really trying to develop here. First of all, thank you for mentioning Kundera here. I'm just coming from Vienna, from a conference on Central Europe, and the key text for that was the Kundera text published in Paris. So what we decided in the Vienna conference was actually that Central Europe is many literary people or writers from these countries were assembled and talked. So that was a very special historical moment for Europe. And what is so beautiful about this Eastern Europe or Central Europe name is that it does not have any East or West in it. So it takes it out of the polarization, out of the normal polarization in which we are so bound up with. And of course, what is important for this region is that it is a small country and has a maximum of languages, literatures, and traditions. So it's a wonderful model for Europe, and it was a push. And it still can be today. That was the result of the conference. So the European dream related to Turkey's dream, I think, is a really, it's a chapter of European history that I deeply regret, because Turkey has waited and waited and waited for so long. And we have learned about bureaucracy, procrastinating things forever, and also a kind of lack of activity and interest and commitment. that led to the way that the history went its way. So I think that we should really recall as a negative event in the history of the EU. Now, when I spoke about the nation against Europe and the nation in Europe, now to your question, and I used the term militant and civil, I will change my vocabulary because this is a misunderstanding. I did not speak about military actions. By militant, I meant mobilizing stereotypes and creating a divisive climate in the society using enemies stereotypes and all of that. It was more a discursive phenomenon. But perhaps I should really cut out the militant and call it aggressive. I think that would be much clearer. And then, of course, Ukraine now is in the situation in which Germany was before the EU started. So we are going back in history in a way, and the Ukraine has first to achieve what 4 allies did for Germany in this case, namely, in this case, to liberate Germany from itself, in Ukraine, to liberate Ukraine from Russia. So this is, we are talking usually about the EU in post-war conditions, but this shows us that this is no longer normal. We may have other issues, and therefore this is extremely important also to remember the history of the EU, the growing and the founding of the EU itself. When you speak from the position of England, I'm really touched and moved because I studied English and became a teacher of English literature. So for me, June 2016 was really a black day when the Brexit happened. And I'm in close contact with so many colleagues who are still, in a way, suffering from this event. The formula forgive but not forget is great, but it was not the formula used at the time. The formula used at the time was uttered by Winston Churchill in a speech that he made in Zurich before the students at the university in '46. And this is a quote, I should know it by heart, because I always bring it up. For me, it is the decisive moment to have understood how the first 40 years of my life evolved. Because what he said was, he was totally against any kind of orgasm. He said explicitly, if we believe in the family of Europe and we have to build it on a firm oblivion and forgetting. He uses both words to make the point clear. And by forgetting, he means we have to abandon all sentiments of aggression. That was, of course, very plausible. You have to forget the war spirit. That's what he meant, but he had no idea about creating a post-war climate through remembering. This only started. Yeah. And 1 minute, I'm told the crisis, you said also Greece, yeah. I just went up to the Acropolis yesterday, and I had the chance to listen to the various guides. And one guide, I got the right moment when she said, when it was about looting art objects in these sites, and there are quite a number of pieces missing that are now in the Pergamon Museum in Berlin. You know, and so this is not only one of the stories that Germany has to rework through and to recall and remember. That would be the colonial past. but also, of course, the Nazi past and the atrocities committed in this country. I see a moment for this happening because right now from Poland there is an equal move to start debates about this. And as soon as it is no longer in the context of a nationalist reproach, reviving anti-national sentiments, but uttered by Tusk, for instance, it's a different story, I think, for the Germans, to create an agreement about this. And I really hope and would support any move that this also includes Greece. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, but we won't have time to go for a second round of questions, and then I'll give the floor to Professor Theodoris Koutsogiannis. It doesn't matter. So he says I'm a doctor, not a professor. Does it matter, really? Okay, so he's Theodoris Koutsogiannis is the chief curator of the Hellenic Parliament Art Collection, and he studied archaeology and art history at the University of Athens. And he attended seminars and conducted research on scholarship in various universities and institutes abroad, La Sapienza in Rome, Warburg Institute in London, Scuola Normale Superiore in Pisa, Institut di Studi Umanisti in Florence, Princeton University, etc. So he has curated various exhibitions and their catalog at the Hellenic Parliament at the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, as well as the Municipal Art Gallery of Chania in Crete. So without going further, he's going to talk to us today about the European philantelism and the classical liberalism and its updated value in the 21st century, of course with a historical perspective and showing how the Philanist movement developed in many Western countries, are especially with solid classical culture in Greece. And then he's going to talk to us also about the solidarity in terms of the in European solidarity today and in the past and today. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Dear all, please permit me to express my sincere thankfulness to the Hellenic American University and personally to the President, Leonidas Koskos, for the invitation to participate in this very promising conference about Europe, its historical role, especially in our days within an international context of dispute, crisis, and even deconstruction, I'm afraid. Participating especially at this panel concerning Europe as a normative international actor based on concrete values, I have the opinion that these values are and must be primarily cultural. We listened already the excellent lecture by Professor Assmann about actually the intellectual roots of the European dream, to use your bestseller book, very well known also in Greece, being published in Greek also. So I'll try now in my turn to present the Greek roots of the European culture and their international value as they are expressed in the long 19th century within the context of Philhellenism. My attempt is to present the Philhellenic movement through its image in terms of art and visual culture more broadly. My special focus is on its diffusion and influence in the European and international audience, as well as its adoption and use not for the Greeks only, but for the desiderata of other European national movements and ideologies based on the classical cultural tradition. The Greek War of Independence, known also as Greek Revolution of 1821, moved the international audience. Philhellenism flourished especially after dramatic events, such as the Chios massacre of 1822 and the fall of Messaloniki after a long siege and the heroic exodus of 1826, both depicted here by the most important artist of Philhellenism, Eugène Delacroix. Greek regeneration, the so-called Palingenesia, in the 19th century caused a wave of enthusiasm throughout liberal Europe and America, which turned into fervent Philhellenism. The Philhellenic movement manifested itself through a series of actions, including organized Philhellenic committees, speeches and political leaflets, fundraisers and the sending of material aid, the influencing of the public opinion and the official governments of the great powers, which ultimately contributed to their decisive intervention and the naval battle of Navarino on 1827, securing the protection and autonomy of the Greeks. In the field of the arts, many visual artworks were created with themes inspired by the Greek Revolution. Musical pieces are composed, performances are staged, and literary works with corresponding themes are published. In fact, the Philhellenic works of art continued to be produced several decades after the liberation of Greece, during the late 19th century, resulting with Greece becoming a trend in the visual culture of the West. However, Philhellenic art, as a derivative of the Western European culture, does not have to do only or exclusively or always with the Greek struggle for independence, but in big part and in many important cases concerns the public in the countries of its production. Here I have chosen to follow through specific and extremely significant cases the production and consumption of Philhellenic art by the Philhellenic people themselves, not for the sake of the Greeks, as many Philhellenic works were labeled, but to serve their own national ideologies. We are therefore going to see different uses, reuses, and even abuses of Philhellenic art in relation to the countries and audiences outside of Greece. Specifically, we will deal with Philhellenic painting in France during Napoleon and the Bourbon Restoration, and in Italy during the Risorgimento, additionally with monumental and official architecture in the style of Greek revival in countries that present themselves as democratic, in Great Britain and Germany, especially Bavaria and Europe. So let's start with the figure of Leonidas, who already from the beginning of the 19th century becomes an emblematic figure of French liberalism, and then, in the context of the Greek Revolution, is redefined and combined with the dominant Philhellenism. The Spartan general, as depicted by the leading painter of neoclassicism, Jacques-Louis David, with his heroic nudity and idealized beauty, projects as a model of virtue, exemplum virtutis, based on the moral victory to be won by the sacrifice at Thermopylae. David begins the great composition as early as 1799, while the French troops are repeatedly defeated by the Austrians and the Russians. That is why Napoleon, at least initially, rejected David's specific work. The painter takes up the subject intensively again in 1811, when the end of the empire was looming, and completes it in 1814, when Napoleon appears as another Leonidas, defending France, which is being attacked everywhere. Under these new conditions, David also becomes a supporter of Bonaparte. Napoleon, in his turn, accepts the role of defender until the end, and finally praises in April 1815 the painter's choice of subject matter, which almost predicts and projects Waterloo in June of the same year. Therefore, starting from this intense political ideological laud of Napoleonic France, David's Leonidas will subsequently emerge as a paradigmatic form of liberal Philhellenism. In 1826, Jean-Nicolas Laugier prints Leonidas in engravings after permission by Jacques-Louis David. Several paintings by David, who had been targeted by France's conservatives, were exhibited in a pro-Greek fundraising exhibition at the Lebrun Gallery in Paris after the fall of Missolonghi, which turned into a manifestation of the liberal faction with anti-government content. At the same time, Laugier sent a copy of David's Leonidas to the Philhellenic Committee of Paris. We see it adorning the background of the place where a fundraiser is being held in favor of the Greeks, with Parisian ladies coming to join the supporters of the Greek struggle and contribute to the financial aid. The Philhellenic Committee of Paris will offer money for the identification and release of the refugees and slaves after the fall of Missolonghi. The heroic city of Missolonghi, during its siege and, of course, after its fall, emerges as a modern equivalent of ancient Thermopylae. The figure of Leonidas alone decorates a Philhellenic table clock here, contributing to the Philhellenic fashion that had flooded, at the height of the Philhellenic movement, the salons of Western Europe and North America, with similar Philhellenic objects of daily use. The reproductions and variations of David's iconic Leonidas demonstrate, on the one hand, the dynamics of the work as such, and on the other hand, the ingenuity of Philhellenic artistry, which was diffused more widely in the aesthetics and visual culture of the time. The literary references to Leonidas and Thermopylae are continuous, repeated over time, while they also produce visual evidence. A more characteristic case, in fact influenced by David's painting, was Leonidas, a play by Michel Pissat that was staged with great success in Paris in November 1825. The play was originally written in 1822, but in the eyes of the public of 1825, in the light of the Greek Revolution and the besieged Messaloghi, it was directly associated with the Greek fighters. The author of the work himself attributed his triumph to the Greeks and admitted that while they were applauding the ancient Leonidas, in reality the world was cheering the new Leonidas, Marcos Botsaris, i.e. the defender of Messaloghi. Descriptions of the performance in the press of the time referred readers directly to David's painting to recreate the stage performance. After all, one of the show's two sets was directly inspired by David's magnificent painting. The theatrical Leonidas was embodied by the great protagonist of the time, François-Joseph Talma, David's friend, in an unexpectedly ancient manner, based primarily on the painted Leonidas, as seen here in the protagonist's costume. Talma in 1821 had played Sulla, identifying the Roman leader with Napoleon. Now in 1825, in the light of Philhellenism, he plays Leonidas as another Botsaris, also as an allegorical figure of Napoleon. In this way, the theatrical Leonidas becomes the rallying point for liberals. Therefore, the archetypal figure of the heroic Leonidas with different iconographic treatments and technological contexts serves, during the 1820s, both French liberalism and Bonapartism, as well as international Philhellenism, as a timeless standard image of moral victory. Italian art, in its turn, comes late to contribute to the iconography of Philhellenism, but it produces many important visual works until almost the end of the 19th century. Therefore, Italian iconography did not coincide with the development of the Greek Revolution, as mainly in the case of French Philhellenic art, but it adopted the modern Greek heroes and presented them in the light of the Italian vision of the Risorgimento, that is, the Italian national movement. We will examine three characteristic subjects of Philhellenic iconography, derivatives of Italian art, and at the same time addressed, indeed primarily, to the movement of Italian unification. First example, the issue of the Greek refugees due to the suffering under their Ottoman rulers. Francesco Hayez, master of Italian Romantic painting, renders the iconic performance with the refugees of Parga. The work was executed in 1831, i.e. after the revolutionary events in Greece, in the first years of the birth of its independent state. And in fact, here, the artist deals with a pre-revolutionary subject, the flight of the Parga citizens in 1819 to the Ionian Islands after the sale of their city by the British to Ali Pasha in order to avoid his revenge. The monumental painting is not addressed primarily or exclusively to the Greek and Philhellenic audience, but essentially to the Italian one, as the Italian revolutionaries who were forced to flee their homelands, persecuted mainly by the Austrian yoke, could identify themselves with the Greek refugee fighters. The great success of the work with the refugees of Parga will lead the artist to different versions of essentially the same subject, the persecuted Greeks, as here were those rescued from the disaster of Chios, this time escaped by boat. He renders the subject again and again in the 1830s as refugees from Parga, Chios, Patras, or in general Greek refugees, while the final recipients and collectors of these works are always the Italian patriots of the Risorgimento. The artistic success and purchasing demand of Hayez's refugees resulted in the performance of Greek refugees, also by other Italian painters, notably the Hayez Circle and the Brera Academy of Milan, where he taught, as exemplified here. In fact, the subject of Greek refugees continues to preoccupy Italian Romantic painting during the 1840s, not only of the Lombard school, but also the Venetian one, as here with the other archetypal rendering of the Barcinian refugees by the prominent painter of the Academy of Venice, Ludovico Liparini, the most prolific Philhellenic painter. Especially this version by Liparini, with the general title Boat of the Greeks bidding farewell to their homeland, would be well received even with faithful copies of the work, both by the Napolitan Giuseppe Simonetti, right, and Liparini's Greek student Dionysios Tsokos, left. Both the works of the French painters Hayes and Liparini with the Greek refugees will spread and be enshrined in the visual culture of Italy, in addition to the painting variations we have seen through reproductions in prints, which are traded and bought by the Italian refugees of the struggle for the Risorgimento. In another also emblematic case, Italian nationalism will project the dead victor hero Marco Bocciaris as a model. The Siliot captain Bocciaris in August 1823 defeats a numerous army of Turks in Kefalovrissou in central Greece, but is mortally wounded and dies a few days later. The Siliot warriors take him to Messaloniki, where he is buried and emerges as the hero par excellence of the Greek Revolution. The episode that will usually be depicted by a series of artists, as here in important paintings, is the battle that takes place between the combatants around Bocciaris. In both compositions, the wounded hero is presented in the center, while his fellow warriors defend him. The most emblematic residue of the scene comes again from Liparini. Here, the painter focuses precisely on the hero, surrounded by his competitors, highlighting Bocciaris as an archetypal fighter, while at the same time dying. Liparini's exemplary work will be copied over and over again, mainly by Italian art, as above, while it will also be introduced into Greek, again by his student Dionysios Tsokos, below. Liparini himself paints different versions, we know of at least 3 of this composition, with variations mainly regarding the background of the composition. We see such a variation here at the top. And of course, the reproduction of Liparini's Bocciaris in numerous prints below make the scene of the fatal injury known to the entire Philo-Hellenic public. Especially in Italy, the figure of Marcus Bocciaris is reduced to a symbol of the struggle for freedom, not only through the visual arts, but also with many literary, theatrical, and musical works. Thus, the Greek leader becomes a symbol of Italian nationalism and the resistance of Italian patriots against the Austrian yoke. Furthermore, a painted version of the dying Bocciaris by Liparini's own hand was ordered in 1840s by the Austrian Chancellor Metternich himself, the main opponent of revolutionary movements, including the Greek one. But now in the 1840s, the Greek issue has happily ended with the creation of the new Greek state belonging to the Western European bloc. Therefore, Metternich feels safe to adopt Philo-Hellenism himself. Third case, the most transnational, is Lord Byron's contribution to the revolutionary zeal in Europe of the early 19th century, culminating in the contribution to the Greek War of Independence. Lord Byron stars in the most emblematic, in my opinion, painting about the Greek Revolution concerning its international appeal, Lord Byron's oath at the tomb of Marcos Bocciaris in Messaloniki. That is the day of Byron's arrival in Messaloniki on January 1824. Dressed in Greek with the traditional fustanella, he swore at the tomb of Marcos Bocciaris, who had been buried there a few months before, that he would fight for the freedom of Greece. Around him are distributed all the groups of pioneers of the Greek Revolution, the Orthodox hierarchs, the Greek fighters with their women and children, as well as Philo-Hellenes. In the context of the Italian Risorgimento, this picture holds a special position in terms of the ideological political use of Philo-Hellenism. The painting was commissioned by the Trevisan collector Sante Giacomelli. Byron, as an international symbol of the struggle for freedom, active in both Greece and Italy, is a suitable subject for the indirect propaganda of the Italian national movement, whose leader in northern Italy was Sante Giacomelli exactly, the commissioner of this painting. In other words, Liparini's Greek painting is addressed to Italian patriots, presenting the Greek Revolution as the path they should follow. As a result, the Greek Byron became an iconic figure of Philo-Hellenism and at the same time of the Italian national movement and international liberalism in absolute terms. Till now, we saw 2 special uses of Philo-Hellenic iconography, in France of Napoleon and the Bourbons, with the ancient Leonidas as a symbol of resistance and liberalism, and in Italy of the Risorgimento, with the protagonists of the Greek struggle, the Parginian refugees, the heroic Bocciaris, and the preacher of international solidarity, Byron, as model for the Italian national movement. Let us now move to examine a more specific association, but also more widely used, of Philo-Hellenism in Europe, but also in America, and indeed in the field of the most monumental art in architecture. We will follow the Greek Revival style as a special style within the wider neoclassicism, with a specific not only aesthetic but also ideological qualification. The ancient Greek standard buildings are therefore proposed as a monumental presentation not only of the art of ancient Greece, but also of her ideological and wider cultural content. The first public and monumental building in Athens, which became again the capital of Hellenism after the liberation of Greece, was the palace for the young king Otto. It unquestionably adopts the style of the Greek Revival, i.e. the imitation of ancient Greek architecture to promote the coupling of ancient, classical, and modern Greek culture. This Greek version of the international Greek Revival architecture was introduced to Greece mainly by Northern European architects. The Bavarian architect Friedrich von Gärtner designed a Doric colonnade for the facade of the royal palace in Athens in imitation of the Parthenon in order to underline the connection between ancient and modern Greece. The establishment and diffusion of the Greek Revival architectural style in liberated Greece, as well as abroad in Western Europe and the newly founded United States of America, during the long 19th century, derives from the neoclassical worship for the antiquities, as well as from Philhellenism. It is worth emphasizing that this classic style is adopted especially for public buildings that house the central institutions of the states, administration buildings, banks, court houses, city halls, and so on. These buildings should convey a sense of unquestionable confidence to the citizens of the Western world, which is achieved through the adoption of ancient Greek architecture as a model referencing the roots of the common culture of the Western world. The first country to adopt the Greek Revival style in its architecture was Great Britain as early as the end of the 18th century. The imposition of the architectural style of the Greek Revival is almost exclusively due to the English antiquarianism and normally to James Stewart and Nicholas Rivet. The two architects and artists studied meticulously and imprinted accurately Athenian monuments in their excellent four-volume edition, The Antiquities of Athens. We have to underline that this specific style is almost exclusively based on the standard Athenian monuments, not Greek in general. This is why it would be more accurate to refer to it as precisely Athenian revival and not in general Greek. The imitation of Athenian antiquities in particular has to do both with the available Athenian models, but also with the intended specific connection with the model ancient Athens of democracy and culture. This aesthetic and at the same time ideological connection will intensify with the Philhellenic climate, with the Greek Revolution as a belief in liberalism. James Stewart himself pioneered the imposition of Greek revival in architecture by designing a series of buildings with such inspiration as early as the 1760s. Initially, he utilized the Athenian repertoire for garden buildings, like in Staffordshire, England. In such buildings, Stewart attempts an exact revival of the Athenian antiquities, which are transferred from Greece and are now addressed to patrons of the arts, worshippers of antiquity. Okay. If Stewart's architectural proposals are addressed to individuals, Greek revival will soon be utilized by public monumental scale architecture. Already before 1821 and the culmination of the Philhellenic movement, the ancient-like Greek revival architecture has become a dominant style in Albion, with exceptional artistic results, as we see here in the Church of St. Patrons in London, inspired by the erecting on the Acropolis. Additionally to the impact of Philhellenism, the choice of the Greek revival style is also linked to the rise of British nationalism, especially as a reflection of Britain's ongoing war with France between 1796 and 1815. The war of the liberal British against the imperial French awakens them nationally and highlights them as Europe's saviors from Napoleonic despotism. And through this path, Britain was connected to the liberal, democratic Pericles Athens, the winner of the Median Wars. Thus, the English-born Greek revival style was ideologically rewarded by British nationalism. When King George officially visited Edinburgh in 1822, he founded the National Monument of Scotland, intending to create a replica of the Athenian Parthenon. However, after the initial enthusiasm, the project stopped after only 3 years, as it was planned to be financed by the contribution of all Scots, yet the response was anemic. That's why we see only a dozen of Doric columns. Despite this fiasco of Scottish prestige, Edinburgh acquired an ancient Greek look through its public architecture with a number of cultural buildings. Therefore, in the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars, having successfully resisted Imperial France, Great Britain adopted the Greek style of public architecture to commemorate the British national ideal of defending freedom against the authoritarianism represented by Bonaparte's France. In turn, German neoclassicism will fantasize about Greek classical antiquity, specifically Pericles' Athens. In order to save time, I'll pass through the case of Bavaria, because it's somehow the same as what we saw about Great Britain. Bavaria is also the savior of Europe against the imperialism of France during the Napoleonic Wars. So we see Valhalla, the Parthenon, German Parthenon, and space for every Bavarian and German patriot to make a pilgrimage there. And we have just to notice the biggest monument concerning the commemoration of the Greek War of Independence, the Propylaea at Munich, financed by Ludwig I, the father of King of the Greeks, Otto here, in the Doric Austro rhythm, and with the names of the Greek fighters inside the monument. So here we have the same ideology and, of course, an aesthetic choice for the Bavaria, as we saw the same at Great Britain. So concluding, we examined a series of indicative cases of Philo-Hellenic art, which, beyond the self-evident positive propaganda of the struggle for Greek independence at the first obvious level, were further used within the respective country of production of these Philo-Hellenic images and monuments to serve the national ideologies of the Philo-Hellenes. The Greek ancient and modern heroes and the emblematic monuments of Athens within the wider stream of Philo-Hellenism were simultaneously absorbed the ideological desiderata of Philo-Hellenic countries and nations for their own use and promotion. The France of Revolution and Liberalism adopted Leonidas as a model of resistance, while the Italy of nationalism projected the Greek refugees, the Greek hero par excellence Marco Botzaris, and the international preacher of freedom Lord Byron to promote its own national movement on the road that opened the Greek successful example. On the other hand, Great Britain and Bavaria, as winners of the Napoleonic Wars, project themselves through Athenian architecture as bastions of freedom and democracy. So they design their government buildings following as models the monuments of Pericles' Athens. This uses, reuses, and even abuses of the image more generally, and the cultural tradition of the reborn Greek nation demonstrate more than anything else, I think, the primary importance of Greek culture in the European civilization. Philo-Hellenism, therefore, constitutes a fundamental cultural tradition of Europe, not only for the benefit of the Greeks, but also for the benefit of the Philo-Hellenes. Given that European Philo-Hellenism in modern years is based on the classical education and is adopted by liberalism, solidarity towards the Greek nation is an indicator of a progressive perception of European nations. Philo-Hellenism combines on the one hand the classical anthropocentric conception of ancient Greece, the one represented in this Philo-Hellenic painting by the Doric columns, and on the other hand the love for freedom represented here by the Greek fearless fighter in the center. This year, the European Union designed and offered this back. The values displayed here, human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, human rights, common to modern European civilization, are those that first gained meaning in ancient Greece, with their highest expression precisely in classical Greece, Athens in particular. It is precisely these values of the anthropocentric Greek culture that brought the antiquarians and the Philo-Hellenes to modern Greece in support of her war of independence, and they are what the Philo-Hellenic works of art of the Greek revival style express. This is exactly what I firmly believe, that Philo-Hellenism is not just a privileged treatment of the Greek nation, for which we are no doubt grateful, but a debt for all of us as a common cultural heritage, European and also international, and condition sine qua non for our multicultural world today. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. Of the nation and what is remembered, what is in the memory represented in art, what is ideology. You had some images that remind me of what is going on today with the boats and refugees, fleeing the repressive countries, etc. But we are late. The trap here is that since we had two presenters, I thought we had more time, but we don't have much time for questions. Just 10 minutes, then before we go to the next panels, 10 minutes for questions, please, 10, 15 maximum. Questions? Monsieur?
Well, my question goes to both panelists. Dr. Ashman, you referred in the beginning of your presentation to Stalin and Hitler. This couple represents a long history of geopolitical facts, Rapallo, etc., etc., Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, as well as a cultural history, anti-Semitism, totalitarianism, again, etc. Talking about future trajectories of Europe, how would you see, both of you, the possibility of the revival of Russian-German acts, which is not impossible if we read the recent statements of President Macron?
Thank you, Mr. Professor, for your presentation. Maybe it's not the core of your specialty, but would you kindly also maybe try to think more from the beginning of the 20th century, painters like Giorgio de Chirico and Oskar Kokoschka, who have taken maybe the legacy of this Philhellenism in another sense, but connected to the European idea, especially Oskar Kokoschka, but in a sense also Giorgio de Chirico. How do you see this line between what you have described and what maybe Chirico and Kokoschka still today brings as a message for Europe?
Oui, à la place d'une courte... sorry, in English. Just a very short comment, which could be very long. We spoke about a dream, and what you saw with neoclassicism has also to do with a dream. The dream is modernity. Europe has to move towards modernity, and the symbolism of this modernity is neoclassicism, because in fact those artists and intellectuals are telling to the people, you can betray your parents, because in this way you can become faithful to your grandparents. And therefore, we have to move from a certain perception of neoclassicism that it is a kind of a conservative style, and realize that in fact it is extremely progressive for that era. It is an instrument of change.
Yeah, so Yanis, don't worry, Theodore. So I begin from the last one because I like it very much. I'm for neoclassical and for all the revival of classical values, actually, if I can answer at the same time the previous question. Yes, neoclassicism was a very progressive style in this period, and when all the world was designing these monuments in the Greek style, we couldn't construct nothing other than neoclassical, because neoclassicism in Greece is exiled somehow. I'm in the opposite line. On the other side, I think that at least George de Kirko, more George de Kirko than Kokoschka, is, if I could say, the last of this classical tradition, of these human values. And this is actually what I would like to underline. I reduced my presentation only in the historical part of the 19th century. I hope to develop my ideas about the updated values of these things even today. The human, the anthropocentric values and the solidarity is the hardcore meaning of this Phil-Hellenic movement, because actually it's not just about the Greek nation, it's about Europe. Concerning the hypothesis by President Koskos, this is a nightmare, actually, to have a combination between Russia and Germany. That's why Germany must and have to retain her in the European Union, not only in terms of policy, but in the very sense of the word. I don't know if we can try the same about Russia. The problem is the deep or not very deep roots of enlightenment in the case of Russia. This is my approach. And if you could permit me, this is also the problem of my country, Greece, the not very strong roots of the Enlightenment. This is the problem of our country today to construct. We even try today to construct a very strong, rational state. This is the case. I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you very much. A possible revival of Hitler and Stalin with respect now to Germany. I see a huge difference here between Russia and Germany. In Russia, as I have just shown, Memorial as an institution to recover the history of atrocities and traumas in Russia has been shut down. And Putin is advancing his cult of war with the help of Stalin. In Germany, I think, as I showed you, the legal framework and also a memory culture that was implanted in the 1990s is going in the other direction, which is never again. And it is also the same as the legal framework that I refer to. So we have actually a legal framework and we have a social framework that supports the never again policy. And I think, therefore, the chances in Germany are better, definitely, than in Russia. Although there also is a huge civil society that was about to be ready to accept democracy. But also coming back to the different styles, and I think it's a very interesting question, which between Athens and Egypt. Athens, it's always tinged with democracy and liberation, also of the nation, but not necessarily of the militant or aggressive nation. But the self-determination of the nation was the spirit behind this, and this is what is revived in the Ukrainian story right now. They have not yet gotten their right to exist and to be self-determined. So I thought this story was very important. But then the empires chose always Egypt. And what they did, France in particular, they took the obelisks from Egypt and put it in the middle of their cities. So that was always a statement against democracy and for empire. And I think, hopefully, Germany and Berlin, in spite of its Prussian glamour, is beyond that story.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to ask another question? Other questions before we close this?
Oh, okay, I didn't say much. Just to say to thank you and the ambassador of Israel is here. So, oh, hi, welcome. Okay. So I would like to thank the panelists and for this really fascinating panel. I'm very happy to be here with you and share some thoughts, and I can see the connections, and then we can now have a break before we go to different panels separately. Thank you very much again. Don't you think that Germany has
immer wieder die gleichen Leute. Ja, finde ich toll. Genau, genau.
project is to be the Dean of Students of the University.
Oh, I see, I see. So,
Effective now. Oh, very important.
So we are becoming more popular now.
so you will
I know.
you will have a lot of things to do.
And this is just
marginalized by the economists.
calm down.
That's why you're dropping students from
Of course, I'm calm down the tension of the conference between us.
Are you on the campus there?
Moshe Zimmerman is a colleague of yours.
Yes, he retired.
Really?
He's one of
Very sensible boy, always.
Yes, his wife was
I know, don't tell me.
Yes, also in about 20% more blend I decided to not make the talent of our position as power.
And because of that, if people are turning into tribalism, we need to get some withdrawal. You need this kind of affirmation, security, and this is breaking all taking Trumpism in our country, such a solution is they need time. When you think about it, we don't know religious wars that took 400 years to settle down, a few 30 years ago and others. So I think we are in a way in such the shake it is shaking. Printed now and going to be presented here on the 7th of October. But it will be different presentation on that day. It will be memorial. Yeah, the topic is
Politics is coming out. You know that.
And
We're not voting.
I'd like to promote the idea that the OCD has become a very useful international organization for the under the condition of changes radically, integrated geopolitical development, which has always been present, but it has been behind the economic crisis that we need in
I'm also close to his wife. I said,
bring together, countries that have a similar value system, and also that are related more to the sea than to the in Greek, but we consider to translate it into English.
presentation might. I can show you the picture. Tell me if it is the same stage or not.
To the computer to debate on something, you had to search for arguments. Let's say that you gave him
That's her.
books,
The little girl.
something
Look
to
at the hair.
stand, and he would take today the computer can make his own
And the
argument.
hair is really stronger.
He takes existing arguments, but he can build
It's
other
probably
arguments.
darker or
But
she
it's
was
very,
She was that.
today
Both
we
are
train the person. We train it for to become
This is our little darling.
to speak in your own voice. Speak in your own voice in different languages. And you can give him the capability to write speeches, let's say, on a topic. Why we need policy change in environment.
Again, very soon.
Will build a speech. Then we will give them prompt to change it. I want to speak to LGBT community. I want to speak to Chinese, young Chinese. You can really like it. And then the same person, which is a photo, speak in your voice, your ideas in different ways that will be appealing to different arguments, and we can do it in the near future. That will be part of our political reality. We'll see things that are beyond imagination. I don't know how they will interact.
Yes, and on the other hand, there is concern for small part of humanity. There's a large part of humanity which will be in another world.
Take care.
Again, I will say something from my experience in Africa. When the cellular revolution started, Africa was not there. In 5 years of my service, I spent 8 years in Nigeria. In 5 years, in the most remote villages, you had sun batteries. People got, and because it was expensive to talk, they developed their own language in SMS. And they were communicating on SMS on things. Either they want you to know something, and you are a rich guy, they will SMS you and then you will call them, or agricultural extension, warning about violence in different places. So it became a full system. When you start late, even if you are in a very lower, you can find very tricky and easy solutions. I think that they will catch up eventually. There are other problems that wish to prevent them from becoming, I don't know, Switzerland.
High technology and very low standard of living.
But somehow it works. Don't know. Functioning somehow.
This great geographer who developed a framework in the 50s, which now explains a lot of things. His name was Jean Gauthier. He's known among our discipline, but he's not widely. And he explained very well this kind of dialectics between opening, destabilizes, and then leads to closing. That's what's happening.
How do we go to the other room? What room?
vision. Ah, yeah, that was crazy. Yeah. But yeah, but what was his weakness? I have no idea. I was like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
We wait for another 2 minutes, I suggest. Then it's 10 minutes over. And the ones who are not here will miss the first important part, but that's their... They all be sorry for this. Right. I said, yes, 1 minute. 20 minutes to 3. That's the latest I can offer. Other than that, no go. Pünktlich, genau. So ist es. Oder, Ruth? Okay, I think we can start. It's now 10 minutes over. Welcome to the second plenary for this wonderful conference, given by Professor Michal Krzyżanowski, a colleague and good friend of mine. He will talk about politics of exclusion as the new normal, discursive shifts, and the normalization of illiberalism in Europe. Professor Michal Krzyżanowski is currently chair in media and communications at Uppsala University in Sweden, where he is also the deputy head of School of Informatics and Media, as well as director of research at the Center for Multidisciplinary Studies of Racism. He is known internationally for his interdisciplinary work on critical discourse studies of communication, media, politics, policy, and social change, with a focus on language and discourse of crisis, inequality, discrimination, and exclusion, as you can see from his title. Following his earlier appointments at the universities of Lancaster and Aberdeen in the UK, as well as the University of Vienna in Austria, a colleague of Ruth Wodak's and a friend. He moved to Uppsala in 2020 after holding a number of leading academic positions, for instance, as head of department, chair in communications and media, as well as funding director of the research center Discourse and Society at the University of Liverpool. For over a decade, Michal has also been the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Language and Politics, which under his leadership has become one of the key international fora for analyzing discourse and communication. Thank you very much for your excellent work, and we honor you by give the second place.
Come back. And thank you. Indeed, I'm here for the fourth time, so I think I've been on all European Discourse conferences so far. And I'm very grateful to the Hellenic American University and Mr. Koskos, of course to Professor Juliane Haus, and also to Professor Temis Kaniklidu for kindly having me and for up with me for the fourth time. So what I would like to do today is, in lots of ways, interestingly, but I think it also speaks to how excellently the program is organized, probably I will continue quite a few thoughts which actually Vivian Schmidt started this morning and which I can see as threads that probably will go across different presentations at the conference, and I know that also Ruud Wodak tomorrow will probably also follow up on some of those. What I'll be showing basically comes from quite a lot of work which I've been doing in recent years, or we have been doing in recent years, on this connection of discourse, crisis, and illiberalism, and more specifically far right in Europe. It's actually the work which coincides with all Europe in Discourse conferences. So if we take maybe last 7, 8 years, we've done quite a number of projects. We just completed a larger project about immigration and normalization of racism in Sweden. I'm going to speak actually about the Swedish case today a little bit. But we've also published quite extensively on this, including that we also have a forthcoming special issue in Social Semiotics next year on the topic of conceptual flip-siding. I'm actually going to talk about it also quite a bit. To speak more specifically about the issue of crisis, discourse, and illiberalism, probably it's worth mentioning a paper which we published a year ago together with Ruud Wodak, Cas Muda, Jens Rydgren, and several other colleagues, in which we actually tried to think quite extensively about this connection between crisis and the so-called new normal, and how this in many ways enables the normalization of illiberal positions, but also how complex, I think, of a construct it really is, and to how many areas probably should be considered if we really want to study that discourse, illiberalism, and crisis connection. So this is something that surely has been on our mind, and this is probably something that I would like to probably follow up on or continue talking about also in this short presentation. One thing which is probably worth doing at the outset is maybe to show what I'll be doing in terms of certain positioning within different layers of contemporary scholarship, theory, analysis, and so on and so forth. So I'll be mentioning quite a bit the issue of normalization as I'll be going through my presentation. But it connects to probably two other fields of research as well. So there is probably the widest, in the widest sense, research on the issue of illiberalism, and I mean here illiberalism as an analytical, an academic concept. There is also a far-right version of illiberalism, which we have to be mindful of, and which is exactly the opposite, probably. So probably that first layer is something which is much more a description of a certain cumulative framework in which we look at this dismantling decline of liberal democracy, of liberal democratic order and social values. Normalization is probably a description of a certain wider social process. So social meaning including variety of social fields, including politics. And it is probably a description of something which in lots of ways comes probably after and before the so-called political mainstreaming of the far right, of which there is quite a lot of, on which there is quite a lot of work happening nowadays. So normalization describes both processes that probably encapsulate how illiberalism becomes, we may say, widespread and acceptable, but also describes certain propensity, we may say, of society to actually adopt the illiberal positions. And then, of course, there's quite an extensive research concerning, indeed, the mainstreaming, especially the mainstreaming of the far right, but also, as Vivian Schmidt said this morning, this is very important because it's a bit of a two-way street. It's not only mainstreaming of the radical or far right, but it's also the radicalization of the mainstream, which happens at the same time. And hence, the mainstream parties are often the normalizers of the radical or of the far right. Yeah? Now, since my interest is in normalization, it's especially probably this kind of normalization that I have in mind, that we very often encounter those, and media are particularly, of course, eager to orchestrate those, but we often encounter those aha moments, we may say, in the public sphere, where suddenly there is some sort of recognition. Wow, so many people say racism is okay, fascism is okay, radical positions in society are okay, discrimination, exclusion, and so on are okay. And it's very interesting because very often it's the case that actually if we take here the British press writing about Italy, you will see that very often it's both the questions about what is in discourse, so what are we writing about, but also who writes it, because it's a very significant question, especially if we think from, say, the specifically UK perspective, that it's the UK media actually who probably we can clearly identify as one of the key normalizers of many positions which over the years have been presented as, have been in a sense normalizing, have been increasingly making acceptable many radical and exclusionary positions. And it was not only about certain qualitative inputs, so not only about, in a sense, labeling of people, not only about the us and them rhetoric, which are, of course, certain classics, but it's also about certain cumulative, quantitative accumulation, we may say, yeah? That discourse very often is built over the years. It happens over time. It comes in a certain volume, in a certain number of things, yeah? And it is something that, of course, grows over time. But a very significant point, and that's also, I think, something that's probably quite a thread in presentations today, is when discourse becomes reality. Yeah? And that we know also leads to very problematic moments because very often it's not only what the media say or what is just a rhetorical, we may say, structure, strategy, or whatever, but very often we know that this discourse actually hits the streets, yeah? And very often this discourse becomes a reality, becomes a justification for the actual types of political, social, and other forms of mobilization. Yeah? So we've certainly seen quite a lot of cases when, for example, in the course of the refugee crisis, we've seen this eventually becoming not only, you may say, a political and media discourse, but reactions to it also becoming an element of the actual far-right, radical right mobilization. Of course, this then, we may say, comes in a package, because in that package straight away we also have different angels of normalization, so those who are actually showing themselves as those who know the problem, who recognize the problem, and who, of course, can save us from this problem. Actually, very often they are the ones to have created, in a sense, that perception, that vision, that image of crisis to begin with. But then, of course, and that's probably where normalization becomes the most complex, analytically, theoretically, and otherwise. Those radical moments, we may say, they are in lots of ways recognizable. We can spot them, yeah? But of course, the problem really comes into existence when the discourse, we may say, which is radical, which is clearly very often racist, exclusionary, when it actually becomes an element of what we may call political mainstream. Another question is, of course, how we define the mainstream, because I think that has always been quite problematic, and I've never been very, very enthusiastic about the idea of political mainstream. But of course, and I think conservative parties were actually mentioned here earlier today, if we look at them, we're going to see that quite a lot of them have actually carried a lot of this radical discourse. And those are, of course, just quite recent examples from the UK scene again. And of course, this is fortunately not anymore the British government. But I think it's also part of a discourse which I think inscribes quite easily into this wider mood of Brexit, anti-immigration, nativism, and so on and so forth. So what I'm looking at is something which I've been calling discursive shifts. So those kind of moments which actually lead to those processes of normalization. Yeah? So I've been my consideration has been that we not only need to look for some sort of patterns of how different, say, macro-level discourses are accommodated at the micro-level, which probably was my very initial thinking about discursive shifts. But that, first of all, we need some sort of conceptual analytical tool to explore the discourse, the actual role of discourse, and its, in a sense, changing trajectories. That's also the notion used here at the conference quite a bit. Changing trajectories along with the changing, so to speak, patterns of social change. I think what I've been trying through the discursive shifts is also to highlight the centrality of long-term social and political processes of normalization. Very often they are not spotted. I think that's also what Vivian Schmidt spoke this morning about neoliberalism, for example. You know, there is a change which is ongoing, very forceful, yet still not really discursively articulated, yeah? And it's for a reason, it's strategic actually, yeah? So I think quite a lot of processes of normalization are actually like that. They're not supposed to be spotted until probably it is in many ways too late. So my vision of discursive shifts is such that they consist probably of different stages. Those are, of course, very rough stages, and it's very often difficult or complex to actually distinguish between those different stages. But if we look at probably how discursive shifts develop over time, and it is always a time factor which is particularly important, then we're going to see that, that of course, there is always some sort of moment of enactment, of, we may say, infusion of a certain type of discourse into the public sphere or the public domain, that it then needs to somehow settle, to be somehow recontextualized, we may say spread, diffused across different spatial and temporal scales, and that it's only later, in a way, becomes an element of a process which we may call normalization. But normalization, and that's a very important bit, is not only, or is very often actually not about the radicalization of language. Radicalization happens somewhere in that process of recontextualization or gradation or perpetuation. Actually, what normalization is about this moment when we can see that the deeper change of social norms has already taken place. And when the discourse is actually, we may say, a proof and the evidence of that change previously happening. Yeah? So when we not say, for example, let's be racist to this or that group, but that would probably be still at maybe the middle moment. But I think it's the final point where we say, yeah, it's acceptable to be racist. It's okay, it's fine. Which probably is something that shows us the moments of normalization. A lot of this work there are many inspirations and that I take for this work, and I think there is a lot of work on very related discursive process, which I'm sure several of you would know about. So Basil Bernstein's very famous work on the process of recontextualization, I think that's really one of the central notions in discourse studies, if not the central notion in discourse studies nowadays. Of course, there is Norman Fairclough's quite significant work on the notion of discursive change, from which actually my work on shifts has started. And then there is extensive work by Ruth Wodak with Martin Reisig and other scholars as well about the us-them representations and of course this us and them binary, we may say, constructions of discourse. But there is also quite a lot of different scholarship on normalization as well. Of course, Michel Foucault, he wrote extensively about the issue of normalization, especially in the history of sexuality, where he pointed to, I think, quite a few processes that normalization processes always seem to entail. Yeah? So one of them would be the issue of classification or distinction, that we always group people as belonging, non-belonging, as observing the norm or not observing the norm, and so on and so forth. But also, and that's probably even more important, that always in normalization process there is a certain vision, certain imaginary of post-normalization order. Yeah? So whoever introduces certain new set of norms has an idea of what comes at the end of the tunnel, in a sense of what sort of vision of reality they have in mind. There's also a lot of other, probably more micro-level work on the process of normalization, but also in critical discourse studies more specifically, there's been quite a bit of especially conceptual work probably of Norman Fairclough about so-called naturalization of ideologies. And of course there is a lot of excellent work by Ruth Wodak on normalization as a process of this move, we may say, from unacceptable to acceptable. Yeah? So in a sense, normalization as a process which brings the norms that were previously unacceptable into the scope of what we perceive as acceptable in society, politics, media, and so on and so forth. So my definition has been relatively simple, and I've been looking at discursive shift as a set of simultaneous and subsequent discursive strategies which gradually introduce and perpetuate in public discourse new, and in often cases untrue, patterns of representing social actors, processes, and issues. They are designated, interestingly, not only to change the norms of social conduct, but also, or in particular, to gain legitimacy from such a change of norms. Yeah? So very often, politicians not only want to, in a sense, change our way of thinking, they want to profit from that change of the way of thinking. Yeah? So if they introduce, for example, certain discriminatory measures, they want to be the champions of this. They want to show that they are the best in doing this. Now, the challenge that has been is that, of course, discursive shifts are not only linear in lots of ways. Yeah? So my consideration, I think a lot of thinking about normalization, I think has been about, in a sense, this move, in a sense, this process which goes from A to B to C and somehow always gains this, we may say, I don't know, longitudinal, linear trajectory in lots of ways. But of course, if we think about processes that lead or come from or stem from normalization, we will see that there is also a lot of circularity happening there. Yeah? So there are a lot of processes which in lots of ways always come to the fore and always will become sooner or later prominent. And probably what I would like to do now is to give you a bit of an inventory, a bit of a checklist of what sort of things pretty much always in various contexts, in various formats though, in at various degrees of intensity, what sort of processes we probably should be careful about when we look at the public discourse through which or wherein the illiberal, we may say, positions are being normalized. So of course the first thing that always comes to mind, and that is probably in lots of ways a we may say, normalization strategy, is definitely the construction of moral panics. This is the absolute classic term by now in cultural studies, in critical media research. So this idea that of course this finding of somebody to blame becomes one of the most prominent strategies in the public domain. Stuart Hall wrote about this issue, of course, quite extensively. I'm always quite more infatuated in the ideas that Stan Cohen had about moral panics, which is something that he created working on 1960s and 1970s youth subcultures, and in a sense the discourse of moral panics that surrounded them in lots of ways. Yeah? And he always said that the problem with moral panics is such that it's not only that we scapegoat, that we earmark, that we put spotlight on somebody, but the biggest problem is that very often this comes in certain context, but outlives that context effectively. So that's the huge problem of moral panics. And that's what he said himself, that sometimes the panic is passed over and forgotten, but at other times it has more serious and long-lasting repercussions and might produce such changes as those in legal and social policy, or even in the way society conceives of itself. Yeah? So probably once we start using moral panics as a certain strategy, as a certain norm, it will become a core element of public reality. And we certainly do know that that is the case. Now, a second thing, and probably really the key thing to understand the rest of the things I'll be mentioning, is this idea of borderline discourse. Yeah? The way in which actually normalization can happen, and way in which thus probably the discursive shifts in lots of ways come to fruition, we may say, is through the construction of a very peculiar borderline discourse. I think borderline discourse now becomes in lots of ways an invisible construct, because this is probably that type of discourse that we are dealing with predominantly in the public sphere these days. But it is that discourse which probably has progressively been based on approximation of civil and uncivil positions. Yeah? So probably the more traditional construction of the public sphere was allowing us to say, okay, those are acceptable, those are unacceptable positions. Those are civil positions, and those are uncivil positions. Sorry, my screen has, yeah. Those are uncivil positions, yeah? But in a way, what happened, I think, in recent years has been quite a strong approximation of this continuum, in a sense. And what also has been happening has been this process that, for example, what is uncivil has been very often presented as civil. Yeah? So, for example, we've seen patterns of rationalization of racism, religious framing of racism, and many other, in a sense, moves which have put uncivil into civil clothes. Yeah? And that created also this idea that discourse does not consist actually of kind of some sort of opposite positions, but it's actually much more an issue of a certain continuum. And it's that movement on the continuum that we should probably be tracing. So that probably in a nutshell would be, in lots of ways, the description of borderline discourse. But borderline discourse is not only about what is said, but also very often how it's said. Yeah? So we know, for example, when we look at the discourse, say, of many political parties nowadays, they always have these people who talk tough and those people who talk soft. Yeah? There's always some sort of differentiation, always some sort of movement which is being constructed, not only in what is said, but also in how it's said, which overall, however, creates a certain, and here quoting Mikhail Bakhtin, certain idea of a polyphony, yeah? Certain idea of a self-controlled multiple voices, which of course are not real. but that's certainly the case. Another matter which probably is worth mentioning, and that's also quite closely related to the borderline discourse issue, is the question of concepts. A lot of discourse in the last 30, 40 years, that's also what Vivian Schmidt mentioned this morning, and that's especially ascribed, I think, to the process of related to neoliberalism, but then also quite eagerly taken over by liberalism. A lot of discourse, public discourse in recent years has many discussions of public issues, social problems, and so on and so forth, have increasingly been constructed in very conceptual, very often abstract way. Yeah? So it's very often boiled down not to discussion of actual problems, issues, solutions, and so on and so forth, but it was much more about discussion of certain concepts, you know, integration, for example. Do migrants integrate or not? But nobody would look at social, or decreasingly there would be a look at socio-political, exopolitical, economic, and many other conditions that lead to it. Yeah? So a lot of discourse has, we may say, in lots of ways become strongly abstract, strongly conceptualized, and in lots of ways also de-agentified. So fewer and fewer social actors which actually be represented in discourse. But what it also leads to, and that's the process probably that's really problematic and really challenging, and actually something we've been working on and now we're also preparing a special issue on, is this issue of the so-called conceptual flip-siding. And I think that's something that we observe actually on a daily basis, and something which also becomes so strongly normalized and naturalized that probably it's difficult to spot it. But basically it's this process where concepts which are traditionally associated with liberal democratic thinking are being given illiberal meaning. Yeah? The best and the classic case is the freedom of speech. Yeah? Freedom of speech is probably not anymore or barely anywhere understood as actually liberal democratic concept. It's a flagship concept of a liberal thinking nowadays, yeah, of the far right. Yeah, it's the same issue. It's the same issue of say security, democracy itself. Every far right politician will tell you that they are democratic and they are the true Democrats. Yeah. It's the same issue with conceptions of tolerance and many other things which actually we know used to be a core catalogue of liberal democratic values, but they're not anymore. And that rethinking, in a sense, allows, of course, legitimizing and normalizing many discourses. The traditional case, and this is already something which comes from the analysis we've done over almost a decade ago, would show you that, for example, this conceptual flip-siding of security has been one of the key strategies like that. So security understood not as protection, but as exclusion, actually. Yeah? That's a new meaning. That's the liberal meaning of security. But if we look at it, it's very often the conceptual flip-siding actually becomes a core element of political strategic language. Yeah? If we take example of the Freedom Party of Austria, they have for a long time been trying to redefine certain concepts which they probably which are in the focus of their policies. So for example, their Islamophobic position has been for a long time redefined, but not through rethinking of Islam, we may say, but concepts which they think actually have to be flip-sided or are flip-sided in Islam. So for example, they would say that they are the party which protects women's rights, yeah, because that redefinition of women's rights from their perspective, which is strongly conservative, of course, would then allow them to criticize Islam. But it's very interesting because it's actually a trope in discourse which remains, because if we look at the more recent discourse of the FPÖ, when they talk about family now all of a sudden, it's actually a very similar trope. They want to present themselves as a modern party, so the party which cares for equal opportunities between men and women. But once we read into the actual definition of those equal opportunities, then we probably really would be deeply surprised what is meant by equal opportunities in that very context. And the final thing I would like to mention is also the issue of proxy discourses. Proxy discourses are those discourses which are produced by, we may say, probably some sort of discursive approximation of different ideas. Yeah? Very often we experience those processes over time when we look at them, and that's, I think, also something that supports normalization quite strongly. So when different ideas are being brought together, but then only one of them, in a sense, remains in public discourse and allows creating a certain public implicature. So that was the case if you read, for example, through the discourse about Brexit, but it's not only Brexit. I think it happens everywhere, and it's a very core element. For example, the discourse, which traditionally included self and other presentation, us and them, has been about this binary, in a sense, representations of different people. But if you notice it now, a lot of discourse which is about exclusion of them actually only speaks about us. Yeah, about our rights, our patriotism, our, in a sense, our rights which we have to defend, our country, our economy, our money, our borders, and so on and so forth. Yeah? So this is how, but this, of course, focus on us means, okay, if we focus on us, we know who does not belong. So in a sense, a public implicature, we may say, is in lots of ways constructed. And then a final thing, of course, is the issue of imaginaries. Imaginaries are always at the core of we may say, the normalizing language, the discursive shifts, because, as Foucault already told us, there is always a certain imaginary of post-normalization reality which is at play. This can be interpreted from various positions. There is a very interesting concept of public pedagogy that Phil Graham and Harry Dugmore wrote about not so long ago, actually also in one of our specials. But also a very important aspect here is also this issue of, we may say, a kind of time-space flexibility. So this kind of using of spatial and temporal scales in a very creative way, which actually allows the movement along the spatial and temporal scales. Retrotopia is one of the classic, probably, notions we should use it. This is Zygmunt Bauman's notion, but basically this idea of creating imaginary past utopia as something that is mobilized to relive it in the future. Yeah? So Brexit is exactly the perfect example of this. We've seen the creation of mythical imperial, or recreation of mythical imperial past, in order to project it to this apparently rosy, we know not so rosy effectively, post-Brexit future. But for example, the topos of againness, which is incredibly potent in the far right, is definitely here. Trump's Make America Great Again, Nigel Farage's Make Britain Great Again. I know I'm not crazy rich for time, but I'm probably just try to, I should be okay probably, yeah, okay. I should be, what I would just like to go through now is to show you also the complexity of probably analyzing this. I would like to look through the Swedish case. Swedish case is actually, it's very interesting, because I had quite a few conversations since yesterday here, and you know, and people always mention, you know, a few countries where things are happening, and you know, where the liberal positions are strongly normalized. But Sweden actually somehow never makes it to the public mindset, in a sense that we'll be looking at. It's not a very radical case, and that's why probably it's also something that we've done projects on, to see how normalization of illiberal positions in lots of ways happens unnoticed. Of course it is noticed, of course it brings change, but also because I think of the complexity and quite a deep entanglement of different processes, those processes I've been mentioning, it very often becomes very quickly, certain things become very quickly normalized. Sorry, they very quickly are seen as natural. So in Sweden, if we take the last decade or so, a lot of discourse has entered from a rather unexpected, probably, or expected maybe, part of the public sphere. So a lot of illiberal discourse was not coming, we may say, from the major part of the public sphere, but it has been coming mainly from the so-called uncivil society online, or something which by now is very often called multi-partisan or hyper-partisan media. So basically those websites pretending to be think tanks, opinion-making websites, and so on and so forth, which of course, whose aim was not only in a sense to spread certain illiberal vision of reality, but also to effectively be acknowledged and enter dialogue with the mainstream media, so to speak. Yeah? So and Sweden, of course, is not the only country where it happened. Austria had Unzensuriert and websites like this. In Sweden, there was a sequence of actually quite a few media of this type. And nowadays, probably whoever has Twitter, now X, we will also see many types of that media still being very strongly present and very strongly widespread. And it's from that media that, for example, if we talk about specific crisis, refugee crisis here, that a lot of in a sense, a liberal discriminatory discourse has been coming. And it's in that discourse that also we, for example, have seen the construction of many key concepts that were later used in this debate. So, for example, we never spoke about immigration, but it was always total immigration, mass immigration. So the creation of those nominal, we may say even compounds, which in lots of ways would be showing that immigration is a huge process, is a process which we should be afraid of. The second thing that happened there over time was also this rethinking of security as exclusion. Yeah? And that's very interesting because whenever we actually had a discourse about apparent violence of migrants, about asylum brawl, and of course asylum cannot happen in itself, it has to be asylum brawl and so on and so forth. We've also seen an interesting representation of this visually, for example, by showing I don't know, the logos of security forces. Yeah? So as if this securitization was justified, and as if those securitizing forces were supposed to also play a role and support this process. As we mentioned before, however, a lot of problematic or challenging things have also happened in the political mainstream. So this is quite a famous picture which happened at the high point of, we may say, the refugee crisis in 2015. Sweden was actually the country which took quite an incredible amount of people at that time. But at some point, the Swedish then government, which was the red and green Social Democratic and Green government, has decided to change the asylum law. And this law has become much more harsher. The famous scene is that the then Deputy Prime Minister, Åsa Romson, she cried during the press conference that they have to do it. And of course, the question is also how much of a certain type of discourse, which at that time I think seemed quite, well, maybe understood or natural, has also created path dependency for later or for further discourses. So first of all, a lot of the discourse was quite strongly, we may say, nativized. Yeah? So a lot of perceptions of the refugee crisis, interestingly, because Sweden always had a very global outlook, a lot of kind of discourse about its humanitarian response has always been very global or international in that sense. But they have suddenly started to perceive things in a very national way. Yeah? So it was a very clear, we may say, nativist refocusing of that discourse. And a lot of that discourse, and this is just the analysis of social democratic Twitter at the time of that press conference, a lot of this discourse would have been showing that, you know, this is our problem. So it's not us and them situation, it's much more our problem, and we somehow have to deal with this. And also the discourse qualitatively would show you an almost total refocusing on us in this discourse. Yeah? It's a very, very characteristic thing because it wasn't a discourse in a sense in lots of ways about refugees, but how our country, how our situation, how our, in a sense, rights change in the face of the arrival of refugees. Yeah? So there's this famous sentence, we are a small country that has done enormously a lot. We have shown huge solidarity. Current situation is not sustainable. Our system is about to burst. Public service, it's on its knees, and so on and so forth. It's a very interesting process of, we may say us refocusing of the discourse. Now, but what happened later on is also that the political mainstream adopted a lot of those patterns which we've seen in the uncivil society, in the hyper-partisan media. Yeah? So, for example, this whole vision of securitization as exclusion, multimodally, we may say, or visually depicted through, for example, different pictures of control, police, security forces, and so on and so forth. This has also made its way, actually, to the mainstream discourse. In this case, this was in the wake of the 2017 and 18 elections in Sweden. Now, those were particularly complex elections because they brought a very significant type of discourse to the core of the Swedish public domain, and it actually remains there until today. This was the discourse about criminality. A discourse more specifically understood as about gang criminality. Yeah? So the discourse which describes many problems in society as stemming from the huge rise of criminality, especially in the in recent years. Now, what happened in this discourse is we had a combination built between immigration on the one hand and that rise in criminality on the other. It's actually a combination which is not statistically supported. Yeah? There are quite a famous criminological analysis which show the connection is actually doesn't exist apart from one aspect, which is gender. Yeah, because the gender balance, in a sense, has changed in the Swedish society in recent years. More men, in a sense, fewer women. Then that's the only correlation one can try to build, but there is no other direct correlation that can be built here. But anyway, what happened in the public discourse? We had increasingly this connection. Okay, there is criminality on the one hand, immigration on the other hand. Criminality, immigration, criminality, immigration. So we had this beginning of thinking, aha, those issues are somehow inherently connected. And what happened eventually is the left part was removed from the equation. In a sense, we started to talk less and less about the immigrants. But what it created what we called public implicature, a certain proxy discourse. Yeah? So the discourse in which you talk only about criminality, but the public implicature is, but we know who we mean. Yeah? So in a way, those are the people who are anyway supposedly, allegedly, and in any other way responsible for that criminality. And that discourse is actually very interestingly sustained because, for example, toponyms are particularly interesting or particularly important. Yeah? So, for example, you don't talk about the criminality immigration connection anymore, but you talk about criminality, but then you mention it only in the areas where it's widely known that they are highly migrant populated. Yeah? So, for example, there is a lot of, sorry, I'll come back. There is a lot of discussion about certain parts of town. Järva, which is actually probably 1/4 of Stockholm to the northwest, or any other areas basically are often mentioned, and of course they support this construction, which is of course, aha, we know who we mean. Then, of course, another issue is also cordon sanitaire. Yeah? This was mentioned this morning. I'm sure it will be again tomorrow. So basically this issue that, of course, the mainstream parties started to very strongly normalize the radical or the far-right discourse. But of course the problem which we can never forget and which will always happen again and again is that irrespective how in control the mainstream parties, mainstream like this parties would think they are, sooner or later this discourse always becomes dominated by the far-right radical discourse. And that's also something that was mentioned this morning, because the radical discourse is always somehow clearer, it seems much more better articulated, it's a much less complex argumentation, and so on and so forth. And what it shows here on the circus plot, this is the far-right discourse. So very soon, this is the moment when the parties which now make up actually Swedish government, when they actually decided to work together about the issue of criminality. And this is the analysis of how they presented this change of policy on Facebook. And basically the issue which shows that Christian Democrats, the so-called moderates, so that's the liberal conservative party, and of course the far-right Sweden Democrats, that they'll be collaborating on it. But you will see how soon in those interactions the voice which is here to the right, which is the far-right voice, of course becomes dominating. And it's dominating in quantitative as well as qualitative terms. So that's the problem of breaking cordon sanitaire. It always ends up in the same way. And the final thing, if we need any particular examples, is of course that issue. Oh, cheers, Dennis, very kind. Yeah, I'm good. The final thing that probably also should be mentioned here is, of course, probably the most recent campaign. So that campaign which happened in 2022. And over there, actually, a lot of this retrotopian discourse, which I mentioned, has been particularly important. So suddenly this construction that Sweden should be good again, yeah, that Sweden once used to be good, we know what happened in the meantime, we know who came in the meantime, yeah? And now it should be good again. But this is, of course, connected, because this argumentation would not be possible without the proxy discourse before, yeah? Without all the securitization of discourse before. So this is in lots of ways connected. And for example, if we look at some of the examples that, so again, these toponyms were used. For example, the Sweden Democrats wanted to demolish the bridge to Rinkeby. Rinkeby is one of those really kind of prototypically used in the media immigrant areas, yeah? So this was like this. But then we also see recontextualization actually of things which we very well know from far-right discourse, yeah? So this whole topos of cleaning, yeah? Sauberes Graz. We remember this very well from the work we've done on Austria. But now those are the leaflets which we actually received in our post boxes, all of us, yeah, in Sweden, from the far-right party, where they were giving us examples about the big cleaning of Sweden. Yeah, so Storstädningsferie. Okay, fine. And what they were telling us, of course, was those ideas. So first of all, that they will introduce the Swedish democratic, so their own immigration policy. No immigration, basically, yeah? And then that they will also introduce, and that's also a classic far-right idea, this idea of repatriation. Yeah? So even people who are citizens should be repatriated. Yeah? But then, of course, this is, and you can see here how the proxy discourse is constructed, very quickly they also move to fighting crime. Yeah? So in a sense, immigration, crime is again connected. Yeah? But then we also have something which we've seen at the beginning of the Swedish case. So again, we have a lot of police, a lot of securitizing forces and their images as something which, of course, is supposed to give us this image that they are the ones who probably will be, in lots of ways, defending us. Okay, so yeah, they will be brief, those conclusions, I promise. So what I've been trying to show is probably a certain way of analyzing this change or changes in discourse which are happening nowadays, and where the illiberal discourse is in lots of ways normalized and becomes acceptable. Of course, I've been trying to do it from a particular perspective, the perspective of discursive shifts, hoping that it is actually the one that grasps complex, multi-level, and indeed strategic character of contemporary public discourse and its trajectories, under this orchestrated impact of illiberalism, far-right, normalized political radicalism, but also late capitalism and neoliberalism. Yeah? We often forget those aspects, but I think they're very important. Yeah? I think what I've been trying to highlight, also from that perspective that I'm taking, is that normalization is not only a rhetorical byproduct of anything. Yeah? Very often this is actually shown like that. Oh, it's just people talking something. It's just somebody's talking tough, talking bullshit or whatever. No, it's actually a result of very often actually the beginning of a gradual, pronounced, discursive political strategy which sits within this ongoing dismantling of illiberal democracy. And it is, of course, a model which requires a lot of modifications and changes. Of course, the big problem that we're facing, and this is something that probably as discourse analysts we've been working for quite a few years now, is the problem of complexity of this process. Yeah? Probably what I was showing you is not as much of a linearity of certain things, but a lot of entanglement, a lot of circularity, a lot of complexity of those processes, a lot of overlaps. Yeah? So the huge problem is, of course, how to deal with that complexity. And also the huge problem is that we know that, for example, colleagues in far-right studies and in liberalism studies at the same time are trying to talk quite a lot about international, in a sense, patterns. Of course there are patterns. Of course there are similarities and differences. But the huge problem is that if we want to deconstruct things, we have to do it very deeply. We have to do it in a very historically informed, historically sensitive, and also historically contingent way. So I think that's a huge challenge in dealing with that discourse, because that discourse, of course, looks similar across different countries. But then in order to actually analyze it, to actually deconstruct it, to actually critique it in lots of ways, we probably need to be very context-sensitive and context-specific. Of course, the problem is also how the permanence of this discourse is constructed, because that's what we're dealing with by now. Yeah? So, of course, there is a lot of re-emergence of discursive patterns. Yeah? There are many breaks and continuities, temporal non-sequentialities, we may probably call them. There is also some sort of strategic, apparent accidentality and maybe randomness in this process. Yeah? Many things seem like a slip of tongue. Yeah? Many things seem as just, they just said something. Yeah? But we know that's not the case. And what all of this does is it supports, of course, that borderline effect. So our focus should probably be on long-term, often indeed deeply historically contingent processes, but also their multiple roots as well as their origins and recontextualization patterns. How and when and for what reason, by whom, to whom, are they becoming reused and recycled, we may say. And the thing is that actually in this research, simple causalities, quick fixes won't help. Yeah? I think it's a research where actually a lot of complexity accumulates. Probably when you see presentation by Vivian this morning, probably mine as well, and I'm sure that those will be the other presentations as well, you see a lot of examples. Yeah? You see a lot of cases, because they're all similar, but they're all also different. Yeah? But of course, we shouldn't be assuming this is all simple, because there are no simple linearities, but many also oscillations, many things coming back, and many things becoming recurrent. And I think that's what we also have to take into account. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Michal, for an excellent insightful lecture. Would you like to take your own questions now, or shall I moderate them?
Please, please.
Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 7, 8, 9, or 10 minutes, depending on the multiplicity and complexity of the questions you may ask. Would you please start asking your questions now? Themis, please. Roaming mic is coming? Yes.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Very, very useful, again, for the methods and the theory and the practical examples provided. I have a question, and I just have it here. You talked about this, the civil, uncivil discourses and the approximation. Do we mean, therefore, that we are sort of experiencing a anything goes type of moment in discourse, like any type of expression can be an uncivil discourse and can actually happen? And do you think that, I mean, in my mind, this approximation may cause some naturalizing of the recipient of the discourse? So, the more we hear an uncivil discourse moment, the more the element of surprise goes down. We're less and less surprised by it. So do you think that if that happens, this absence of the surprise element actually facilitates illiberal discourse, going back to your first sort of slide? Or do you think that it's just an instance of the enactment, like a first instance of something appearing and then it goes anyway? I mean, it goes in any direction, either repetition gets it to normalize itself or not. So the question basically is, do you think that this approximation of civil and uncivil discourse facilitates illiberalism?
Yeah, I mean, the answer probably is yes, but it's also a process. Yeah, so I think that's the challenge is probably in deconstructing the process. The borderline discourse idea probably tells us that the whole thing is not about norm breaking as it is about norm testing. Yeah, so basically that you constantly stretch the norm, yeah? But you never visibly break it, because if you visibly break it, of course you'll be accused of radicalism, fascism, and whatever else. Fine. But what it basically means is that the norm is constantly tested. But since it's constantly tested, in a sense, sooner or later the positions are so significantly different vis-a-vis probably the starting point that they are anyway, we may say, in lots of ways broken. And then they create this situation where probably we have this anything goes logic, but anything goes has to happen over time, yeah? And also another matter, and that's also what I probably was trying to mention a bit, was this issue of polyphony. It's never one actor who does it, yeah? So of course, probably, there are cases, Donald Trump and whatever, yeah? But I think in most cases when we look at illiberal social actors, whether it's far right or anybody else, hyper-partisan media and so on and so forth, it's never one person, yeah? So one person says something harder so that the other person can say something softer, yeah? And the discourse constantly moves in a way, yeah? But because it moves, we very often won't notice the moment, in a sense, that the right part becomes more and more in lots of ways radicalized, yes? So it becomes in many ways unrecognizable. We had a conversation yesterday with Ruth. In lots of ways, a lot of things we hear now and see in a public domain, this is classic fascist language nowadays, yeah? But how is it that we didn't notice it? Because constantly the norms were stretched, things were added, yeah? But the borderline means that it's not one move, yeah? It's actually a constant movement and a constant stretching of the norm which occurs. But of course it means that progressively, over time, the norm would have been changed, yeah? So.
Okay, next, Ruth. We have actually 5 or 6 people already, so would you please be... Yeah, Ruth, you were the next one. You don't. No, it's not. I have the leave it. It would not. Yes, you, please. There's a sequence in the questions. I take the record here. Yes.
Thank you. That was very interesting. Thank you for the framework. I would like to ask a question on the question of flip-siding of discourses, and from the country where I live, which is France, we have an enormous amount of, say, co-option of discourse, of issues that are considered to be perhaps traditionally left issues, such as secularism, women's rights, fighting racism, and in particular anti-Semitism, that have now, in mainstream discourse, been co-opted by the far right and mobilized to, I suppose, to suit their agenda. And what I'm wondering is, does this ever happen in the other direction? Do we have examples, or can it be reversed? Because now, to defend, fighting anti-Semitism, one seems like a supporter of Le Pen, or at least someone who's very conservative. And likewise for women's rights to wear or not to wear certain garments that might seem, culturally Islamic. So the creep of Islamophobia into mainstream, very, very mainstream discourse is absolutely total, I would say. So yeah, if you could please address. Thank you.
It's a bit of a probably the conceptual flip siding actually probably includes three issues. They are connected, but they're not the same. So one of them is that one I mentioned in the presentation. So this whole fillet of liberal democratic concepts and, in a sense, infusing them with illiberal meanings. Yeah. The other one is also probably this whole colonization of widely used concepts. I think Ruth tomorrow will talk about common sense, for example, and normality. Yeah. So those are public, we may say social public concepts simply, but of course now we hear that far right knows what they are. Yeah. And the third issue is also labeling. Yeah. And I think that's the type that you're dealing with. We have exactly the same in Sweden, by the way. So we have the right-wing parties now accusing social democrats of being anti-Semitic, and those are the same parties accusing others of being anti-Semitic that actually are traditionally strongly anti-Semitic. Yes, actually, it becomes like this. It's been like this earlier on also with racism. Yeah. So are you calling me a racist kind of thing? Yeah. And basically, then how you define a racist and so on. So I think it's the problem that there is really that. Just like the discourse probably has this borderline effects, so do especially concepts which are used in society. But they are used for different reasons, yeah, because they are either used to, in a sense, redefine ourselves, so like every far-right person or a liberal person would tell you they're the true Democrats, yeah. But it's also about, in a sense, labeling the others, yeah. So in a sense, they are used, in a sense, to label people as. And I think now this anti-Semitism probably debate is like this. But I think as we spoke also, I mean, a lot of the only thing that it will end up with will actually be even more anti-Semitism in society. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sure. Whilst politicians, of course, will be trading who is now, an anti-Semite or not, or who calls the other anti-Semite or racist. Or
okay. The next question would be asked by the gentleman who wore glasses in the morning and doesn't have glasses now. Please ask your question.
The reason for that is because of this symposium. I can see better.
Very good. Thank you very much for telling us.
I think that I could propose a dialectical symposium on jumping to conclusions, because I think that this is one of the things that you're looking, especially as you cite the model of immigration criminality. I could add immigration and health problem increases. I would just like to make a suggestion that your term linear and oscillations, I go for oscillations, but I don't go for linear. I think it's very non-linear. Thank you.
Okay, good. Zohar, did you want to withdraw or ask a question? I mean.
Thank you very much,
Why do you
for
ask
another great talk. I hear you a lot lately. So from the title, I understand that the liberalism is the starting point. And there are other challenges on liberalism, One of them would be the progressive ideas. And I wonder why the far right ideas are way more popular than progressive ideas all around the world today. And it seems that the more progressive take momentum, the far right is getting stronger. And they are both, I would say, the challengers or the enemies of liberalism. So if you have any something to say about it.
There is, I think, okay, I'll just speak to my media and communication scholar part. I think it's the communicative aspect cannot be underestimated enough. Yeah? I think the fact, and that's also some things I've been alluding to, the fact that there is a huge polyphony of voices on the far right. There is a huge work on the clarity of those voices. And there is also, last but not least, and that's exactly conceptual flip-siding, there is also the stealing of the progressive language in favor of the illiberal positions. I mean, that creates the whole problem, because that creates the progressive side as speaking either in a very complex way, or as speaking in a language which already was stolen by the other side and has become in lots of ways hollow. So I think that is the huge complexity, not only in the sense that this other voice has been in lots of ways much better mobilized and organized, that there is money behind it, let's be honest, yeah? And you know, the whole neoliberalism connection, that's why we need to study this, because there's always been money to propel liberalism in that way, yeah? But I think it's also in lots of ways that I think we've lost our own language in lots of ways, yeah? Because any concepts that we could use to deconstruct the illiberal are actually already gone to the other side. They are also Democrats, they are also tolerant, yeah? And so on and so forth, yeah? They have the freedom of speech, yeah? Elon Musk is like the world's defender of the freedom of speech.
Yes.
No, but I said it was illiberal in my title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to ask a very brief question, and then Ruth will ask the last one?
Please,
Direct to Zohar. Okay. It's direct to the question, or follow up, and then you. Very brief.
I wanted just to bring a positive example, because otherwise we'll all be very depressed. And I wanted to just mention some examples of sort of recolonizing or re-flip-siding, or however we call it. The German label or notion of Heimat is a very typical example, which was used then by the Nazis, then it was used by the far right. It was very negatively connotated, sort of as belonging to the fatherland and so forth. Then in the presidential election campaign 2017, where a Green candidate won over a far right candidate, very narrow, but anyway, he claimed it back. Yeah, and said, okay, Heimat means homeland for all of us living here, not just for the real Austrians.
Good.
And there are several examples. The reclaiming of Heldenplatz, for example, sort of the square where the Nazis marched in, and ever since everybody knows this square in Vienna is where hundreds of thousands welcomed the Nazis, has been reclaimed with a celebration of joy on May 8th. Yeah? Liberation and finish of Second World War. So there are very nice examples, actually, where
good, you don't have to say anything.
The difference where it is achieved in the other direction.
Okay.
Just so that we're not so depressed.
No, we're not, but that probably also shows the logic of flip-siding is probably correct thinking, because it can go back if we work on it. Yeah, it can go back, but it's...
The last question by Riva, or whatever, yeah, I forgot the name.
Riva.
Yeah, okay. Not too long, because we're missing out on the coffee.
Brief. You know, I was thinking of a contagion of the discourse. You are talking about Sweden, and we have exactly the same discourses in different places in Europe. And how do you, with all the things that, wonderful things that you have shown on, you know, on, how would you explain, how would you analyze the contagion in other countries, and how would you would react to institutional response to this, European level institutions?
I think contagion effect is there, but in a sense, this is the part which is particularly difficult to research because that would require a lot of insight into the actual processes where and how political communication strategies are constructed and also borrowed, yeah? And we know that they're borrowed. I think it was 15 years ago that we did the black sheep discourse, then minarets and, you know, and those as weapons and all those things. It's always a thing. It's always a recontextualization. It's always a process. And they do borrow. They do talk to each other, yeah? But of course, now to follow that pattern, you know, we would have to probably invent quite a few also conspiracy theories in order to do it. But it very much happens. It's a question, I mean, of course, and that's probably also what Vivian was talking this morning, usual response at the European level is regulation, yeah? But I'm not sure how much regulation will be there, especially that I think, I mean, the EU is trying to do things in that direction. So, for example, definitions of hate speech. They've been changing, but I think they still, in a sense, are too rigid in many ways, yeah? Because, I don't know, there was a case that I think, now I think in one of the Horizon calls, there was, for example, a call for projects on hate speech. But it was also a certain, it was replicating a certain problem which is in research actually, because that thing is about detection of hate speech. But how we detect this as hate speech? We never will. This is democratic, acceptable, in a sense, civil, very often language. Yeah? So in a sense, that's the big problem, that also probably in a lot of those attempts to regulate those things, you know, we somehow replicate also academic but also policy mistakes, yeah? Whereas probably this poses a particular challenge because a lot of this discourse actually, and that's also the problem, for example, methodologically, say colleagues in corpus linguistics often have, yeah? That, you know, their keywords won't grasp it, yeah? Because in a sense, it's a language which we may say at the level of words it consists of is okay, yeah? It doesn't include swear words and everything else, yeah? So I think it's a challenge, but I don't have the answer. Yeah? And I know the answer has been to regulate, and the answer has been to transnationalize the regulation, but I think there are a lot of problems academically as input into policy to begin with. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Michal, and thank the audience for a lively discussion. We now have a coffee break, which is slightly shortened, but it doesn't matter. Or does it? No.
Thank you.
Yes, well, everyone is afraid when he speaks about the outcome.
He would say.
Which one is poison?
Guess. It's like a mystery. So, welcome everybody to the second invited panel for this day. We're very privileged to have wonderful speakers joining us for this panel. The topic of this panel is geography. It's a recurring theme in all the European Discourse Conference. The panel is entitled Geography, a European Atlas of Shifting Borders. We have, as I said, a wonderful lineup of speakers: Professor George Prevelaikis, Professor Niki Aloupi, Ambassador Raoul Fenguin-Soisal, and Professor Evangelos Livieratos. We're going to start with Professor Prevelaikis and then take questions at the end of this wonderful panel. So,
how long can I speak?
20 minutes.
20 minutes?
20 minutes,
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Is the micro is on? No. Okay. Okay, good evening. I'm really very happy to be here. I think I have participated to all the European Discourse conferences.
And the scientific committee, so you're a very, very critical part of the conference.
Very much involved. So I had an article on the Greek newspaper Tovima last Sunday, the title of which was, in Greek, "Τα άρρητα της Ευρώπης." I can find the right expression in French. In fact, the French expression is that I translated into Greek. It is le non-dit. I don't know how you say that in English. The non-said, but yeah, I don't think it's. So this is one expression, and the other expression I'm thinking of is, again, a French expression, which is arrière-pensée. Again, how do you translate that? Those things that you have in your mind, but they don't come out. And I think that especially since the Ukrainian crisis, in the discussion about Europe, there are a lot of non-dit, things that we don't dare to say, and there are a lot of arrière-pensée in the minds of the leaders and the populations. So this is a session on geography, and I think that the concepts of geography help us to somehow bring to the surface both the le non-dit and the arrière-pensée. Now, going back to geographical theory, one of the most important, in my view, the most important geographer of the at least of the 20th century was Jean Gottman, whose idea was that the most important challenge, issue in political geography is what he called le cloisonnement de l'espace, or the partitioning of the world. How the world is divided, how the world is subdivided. And it is a phenomenon that has an enormous impact on everything. All our lives depend on which side of the border we are, but also a very complex phenomenon which is influenced by various factors. So it's a very synthetic phenomenon. Now, speaking about Europe is accepting that there is a partitioning of the world, a part of the partitioning of the world that corresponds to an entity, a geographical entity, which we call Europe. And our debate during the last decades is based on somehow the hypothesis that this is a valid concept. But if we go back, we find very different partitionings of the world in which Europe does not really exist. If we don't have to go very much back, if we go to the world of the beginning of the 20th century, we have a partitioning of the world in which European people and nations are involved, which is let's say, with one big part that includes the United Kingdom plus the colonies, so a colonial empire, another colonial empire, which is France, the French colonial empire, another colonial empire, which is the Russia or the Soviet Union, and finally another entity, which is most close to the idea of Europe as we have it, which is Germany. Germany, considering itself as the center of Europe, the concept of Mitteleuropa, and during certain periods, having the dream to attract all the other parts of Europe in order to create a European continent. And before we started talking strongly about Europe, somebody else was speaking about Europa. That is something we don't want to say very much. It's one of the non-D. That Europa was a major slogan of Nazi Germany. So the most European part of those nations is Germany. The others were looking outwards. And in fact, we have two entities that look towards the sea, France and Britain, and one entity that looks towards the continent, which is Russia and the Soviet Union. The Second World comes, and then we have another partitioning of the world, much simplified. There is one part which is European, but in fact Euro-Atlantic, and another one which is Eastern Europe, but in fact it is integrated to a Euro-Soviet or Euro-Sovietic bloc. Things were very simple at that time, as we know. Some were happy, some were less happy, those that found themselves on the wrong side of the border. And then the Cold War ends, and we have a new process, a dynamic process, which is a process of continentalization. Europe is becoming more and more and more a continent, and we start using the term. In France, we have a very dynamic research group around people from the École Normale, which is le Grand Continent. They have accepted this concept. Now, what do I mean by that? We mean that we have a movement towards the east with the different enlargements, and there was a period during which we were thinking that Russia will follow the same move until 2014. Mario, the OECD, was negotiating the entrance of Russia into the OECD, and it was France that had proposed that. So movement towards the east, on the one hand, and movement away from the maritime powers by the decision of the United Kingdom, Brexit, and also by the various declarations of American presidents, but also by signs of a certain isolationist policy from the United States. So Europe, in a certain sense, became more and more continental, more and more European in the German sense. The center of gravity of Europe moves from Paris to Berlin, and who knows what happens next. Now, this movement of continentalization brings us back to a major geopolitical thinker whose thoughts have influenced strongly the decisions of both the British, the Americans, and the Germans during the 20th century, who was Mackinder. And Mackinder said that if a power controls Eastern Europe and part of Asia, this means that this power will control the world. And therefore, the policy that he advised was that the British and then the Americans must do everything in order to avoid a kind of convergence between the two powers that could realize this project, Germany and Russia. So this is a permanent theme. And again, this is a non-D of the American policy, but they continue to think about it. The Germans also, I believe, this is a theme of debate, and I know we can discuss about that, but I think that there is an arrière-pensée in Germany, that in order to have the place in the world that they deserve, they must somehow connect with the enormous Russian space, with the enormous Russian resources, with the enormous market of Russia. So we have those things that are coming to the surface again, Russia as well. And to give you two references that show how those ideas have not disappeared, the General de Gaulle, if you remember, had the formula. Europe from the Atlantic to the Ural. He was not, but if you have Russia up to the Ural, you have all Russia, obviously. And Mikhail Gorbachev proposed the creation of the common European home. I wonder if that was not the reason for the fact that the Americans stopped giving him much support. So these are not things that have disappeared from our mind. And then we come to the Ukrainian crisis. And this Ukrainian crisis, again, can be interpreted in this context. I mean, to what extent did the Americans fear that there was a natural, let's say, organic movement towards the constitution of a Eurasiatic continent, and that somehow that had to be stopped? To what extent the Americans have encouraged what was a natural feeling, you cannot create things out of nothing, which was the will of the Ukrainians, I mean, to become independent. And another line of thought is, what is the Russian strategy? And I will give you a hypothesis to discuss, and nobody has certainties. But what is the major geopolitical problem of Russia? It's not the United States, not Europe, it is China. Why? Because China has a population which is many times more than the Russian population. Because between China and Russia, there is an enormous uninhabited space. And finally, because if China becomes a dominant power on the same level with the United States, Russia becomes the small, let's say, helper of the, which of course does not go, is not compatible with the image that the Russians have of themselves. And how can Russia somehow protect itself from this danger? By connecting with Europe. And it can connect with Europe if the process of, let's say, economic peaceful connection of Europe, it would be okay, but they would be under the influence of Germany. Germany would be the strong partner. The war of Ukraine did not go very well for Russia. They probably expected that it would be much easier, but it's not going very badly either. I mean, there's going to be, I think, sooner or later, a kind of an ugly compromise, which will be a first success of Russia. But then I think that there are two results that Russia can obtain from this. The first thing is that it has, independently of what it gains or loses, Russia will have demonstrated its extraordinary capacité de nuisance, capacity to create problems. Why? Because Russia can sacrifice easily 200,000 people, easily, and they say it, because they want to show that they don't hesitate to do it. how many thousands are we ready to sacrifice? So every time we are under pressure of Russia, we will be thinking that they can create very big problems to us. So maybe it's better to accept this kind of pressure. So the one factor is intimidation. And the second is the discourse. We're talking about discourses that Putin has already started, and it's going to develop much more. Kind of a friendship offensive. You are the victims of the Americans. Look, the Americans are selling their gas, and your inflation is going up. Why don't you work with us? We have many things in common. Let's create, he said that, a new kind of order, excluding the foreigners. The foreigners are the Americans. And I think that this creates the scene of the big dilemma that we will have in Europe, in which every element, every nation, of course, will take position according to its interests. And we don't have the same interests. But the major issue is whether we want a Europe according to its maritime tradition or a continental Europe, whether we want a Europe turned towards the seas or towards the continent. And I would argue in favor of the maritime Europe, because I believe that what is the essence of Europe, now I'm moving from space and geography to what is the deeper, if you like, elements of the European reality. What made us, Ottomans or post-Ottomans, look towards Europe with admiration and envy? It's an enormous success. And why was Europe successful? Because it opened to the outside world. It was not closed. Europe is exactly this attitude of openness, of adventure, the maritime attitude. So a continental Europe would betray the spirit of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Pavlakis. So take down your questions. We'll do the questions after the speakers have. Next speaker, Nikki Alupi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to the organizing committee. I'm very happy to be here. So I will not be speaking about geography per se, because I'm not a geographist, contrary to my very, very famous geography professor. But I will be talking about the relation and the articulation of borders as conceived by the geographical nature in the European Union and public international law and European Union law. So I will bring in the legal perspective if you can indulge that. So from a legal perspective, and more particularly from a public international law perspective, the concept and the reality of the European Union state borders seem to reveal a paradox. State borders and their delimitation are intrinsically linked to state sovereignty. Thus, they're not conditioned, and they're not supposed to be conditioned by an international organization, no matter how integrated this organization is. This is absolutely logical and self-explanatory in public international law, since borders determine the limits of state sovereignty, of the state's territory. Territory, in public international law, is one of the three constitutional elements of the state. The state exists in law as soon as it exists in fact. And one of the three factual conditions for the state to come into existence is the existence of a territory, even though the delimitation of the borders are not a sine qua non condition, but the territory is. Once the state has come into existence, the territory is the spatial basis for the exercise of its territorial sovereignty. So, territory is, in public international law concept, determined by borders. However, the borders within the European Union, and more broadly within the border-free Schengen area, are challenged, notably by the free movement. Of course, on one hand, territorial sovereignty remains. The European Union is not a federal state. So let me give here an example in order to start illustrating concretely how borders can function in a traditional way within the European Union. In 2010, a very interesting case was brought before the European Court of Justice. Hungary introduced an action on the basis of failure of member states to fulfill its obligation against the Slovak Republic. The reason being that the Slovak Republic did not allow the Hungarian president to cross the border and to enter the Slovak territory, although he had an official visit planned. So Hungary went in front of the European Court of Justice and invoked the free movement between European Union member states and the right to move within the territory of a member state. In its 2012 judgment, the European Court of Justice dismissed the case and the Hungarian argument, considering that this case would fall outside of the scope of the European Union law. It was a case between diplomatic it was a case of diplomatic relations between member states, and the status of head of state was different than the one of the citizens benefiting from the free movement. So in that case, state borders, even within the European Union, fulfill their traditional public international law function as limits of the special basis for the exercise of territorial sovereignty. But on the other hand, borders and the very concept of state territory remain challenged within the European Union legal order. The very same European Court of Justice and the European legislation very often use, on different instances, the concept of European Union territory, or European Union maritime territory, or even European Union airspace. The mere use of such a phrasing reveals a shift towards a differentiated manner of conceptualizing territory and its borders. The same paradox concerns the external borders of the European Union. So, for the bordering member states, their borders fulfill all the classic functions of public international law, but at the same time, they also determine the limits of the European Union autonomous legal order. So they are crucial for each European state as such, but they're also crucial for the European Union as an autonomous legal order, as a very particular, a sui generis international organization. So in both cases, borders within the European Union or external borders between European Union and third states, in both cases, European Union member states remain very jealous of their sovereignty, especially when it comes of determining their borders and of controlling their borders. Entry, exit to and from their territory, particularly regarding migratory flows, are in the very core, in the very heart of state sovereignty. And at the same time, European Union is also, although not exclusively, competent concerning those issues, notably asylum and immigration and the control of its external borders, which we have been talking about today and we will continue to talk about tomorrow. So, in a nutshell, the physical state borders remain from a public international law perspective, but they are challenged in their functions and in their functioning within the European Union perspective. As for the symbolical borders, they are of a variable geometry. In some instances, there are symbolical borders aligning with the physical and geographical ones at the external member states. They separate European Union countries from the rest of the world. But in other instances, unfortunately or fortunately, we will see a lot of instances, the symbolical borders correspond to internal physical borders, and they highlight a fragmented unequal, and not united European Union. So I will take the example of Greece, since we are here, a European Union member state and a border member state of the European Union, which very well illustrates all those paradoxes. I will take two different examples, one of pure public international law and one at the crossroads between public international law, European Union law, and human rights law. The first one concerns the maritime borders and the limits of Greece in the dispute with Turkey. So a dispute of public international law, but which will determine possible the external maritime limits of the European Union. The second one, the second example, is geographically linked to the first, and it concerns the control and the management of Greek borders in the context of the so-called refugee crisis. So the first example is about the borders between Greece and Turkey from a public international law and from the law of the sea perspective. These borders are a topical illustration of what the description of our panel refers to as physical and symbolic borders, which delineate cultural zones of contact. Symbolical borders between a European state and a non-European state. Borders between a Christian state and a more and more Islamic state. Borders between the at least officially Occidental world and the Oriental world. But also, from an international law and a European law perspective, they are the physical external borders of the European Union. There are less than 2 kilometers distance between Castellorizo and Turkey in the south of Greece. In the north, some of us are coming straight from Alexandroupolis, where we saw yesterday, or the day before, I'm losing track of time, we saw the crossing from Evros between Turkey and Greece and how short the distance is. So a very, very quick crossing can be a change of a whole paradigm. Crossing those borders between Greece and Turkey, it means not only entering Greece, but also entering the European Union territory. What is thus intriguing from a public international law perspective, when we acknowledge the symbolic and legal importance of those borders between Greece and Turkey, is to realize that whereas territorial borders are determined by historical treaties, maritime borders and limits are still a gray area. We still have a dispute, an ongoing dispute, concerning the limits between Greece and Turkey in the maritime zone. So exclusive economic zone and continental shelf of both states are a gray zone, since they have not agreed how to determine the borders between them. There can be another dispute, even more crucial one, if Greece decides, as it has the right to, extend its territorial sea to 12 nautical miles, which Greece has not yet done. So this is a public international law dispute, a pure international law matter between two sovereign states. The European Union, although the borders between Greece and Turkey are crucial for its legal order, and although the European Union has an exclusive competence about the biological maritime resources, which are in the exclusive economic zone of states, has no official saying in the delimitation and the resolution of the dispute. So it is an interstate dispute governed by public international law that escapes European Union legal order. Of course, if one day, one may hope, it becomes possible for Greece and Turkey to actively negotiate their maritime borders, or one can hope, even if it's very vain, if one day Turkey agrees to go in front of international court or international tribunal, it is sure that the European Union will indirectly try to weigh in the negotiations and the Greek argumentation. But it will only be indirect, since the actual delimitation will not be influenced by the European Union conception of borders. Anyway, independently from this specific question, the crossing of the border between Greece and Turkey, which can be simply 30 minutes, means a complete change, as I was saying, of paradigm. And this fact, this change of paradigm and legal order, gained an unprecedented importance during the immigration and refugee crisis, which saw the permeability of the physical borders and triggered new tensions and challenges as far as the symbolic borders are concerned. This will be my second and last illustration. So, as a European Union border state, Greece found itself in the center of the refugee and migration crisis of the last decade. Here again, the fundamental importance of crossing the border is self-explanatory. Entering the European Union through Greece from Turkey means for an asylum seeker entering the common European asylum system. It means entering a legal order which is bound with no reservations by the Geneva Convention on the Refugee Status. Turkey has important reservations. It also means entering a legal order which adds to the Geneva Convention asylum status a subsidiary protection. I guess everybody knows about that, but very fast, just in case, the Geneva Convention only recognizes 5 grounds for granting asylum. So, can be refugees those who are persecuted for political opinions, nationality, religion, race, or a membership of a particular social group. So, people fleeing a war, people fleeing a situation of generalized violence, people being persecuted on other grounds, family grounds or mafia grounds, are not within the scope of the Geneva Convention. However, in the European Union, we have 3 subsidiary protection status. So, when we flee the death penalty or an execution, when we flee inhuman or degrading treatment, or when we flee a generalized indiscriminate violence. Then, within the European Union legal order, this is also grounds for a status for refugee. Let me state the obvious. A Syrian or an Afghan asylum seeker, to choose the most blatant examples amongst a multitude of others, significantly improve his or her chances of obtaining asylum when crossing the border between Turkey and Greece. Entering the European Union does not only mean more chances to have the status, it also means, at least in their mind, a better regime, a better living conditions as a refugee once the status obtained. So, of course, the great number of migrants and asylum seekers transiting through Turkey only do it in purpose of joining European Union, and actually, as we all know, not Greece, but Northern European Union. They just transit from Greece. So this was the cause of the terrible situation that we all know, both for the concerned states and the migrants, since Greece was designated as a responsible state under the Dublin regulation. So not only Greece was the external border state from whom the refugees transited, but ultimately it was the state which was responsible for the asylum request, and to which the other European Union states sent back the asylum seekers because they had to under the original Dublin regulation. Greece was unable to control its borders. Greece was unable to effectively manage the reception of the hundreds of thousands of migrants and asylum seekers who entered the European Union through the Balkan route, so it found itself in an impossible situation, which was qualified by the European Union, by the European Court of Human Rights as a general failure of the whole asylum Greek system. This was in 2011, and it was absolutely revolutionary for international law as we knew it back then. For the first time, the European Court of Human Rights considered that for a European Union member state, Belgium, to send an asylum seeker back to a European Union member state, Greece, as a European Union regulation told it to, the Dublin regulation, was a violation of the European Convention on Human Rights, and not any kind of violation, a violation of Article 3 about degrading and inhuman treatment, which means basically that Greece was procuring inhuman and degrading treatment to the asylum seekers according to the European Court of Human Rights. So this example allows to understand how the physical and geographical borders can also have a symbolical nature of a complete shift of paradigm. The border was no longer European Union and the rest of the third world, which was not safe. The border was within. Greece was one of those not safe third countries. This example, and I'm almost finished, allows to also inverse the way we address borders up until now. Both physical and symbolical borders do not only exist between third states, such as Turkey, and European Union states, but also amongst European Union member states. They may have free movement, they may have abolished, in a way, borders, but the lack of solidarity during the refugee crisis, the fact that the real issue, the most difficult issue, was not so much to transit Turkey from Greece, but to transit from Greece to Germany and France, so that the borders were not the ones we thought they were. Whenever policy decision demands it, the borders can shift in a symbolical way. And this time, and this is also very interesting, this observation was not about the usual difference between the newer European states, the one who belong to the post-Soviet world, and the older states. No, it was between old states of the European Union. You had on the one hand Greece, Spain, and Italy. So Italy, original state, Greece and Spain in the 80s, and on the other hand, France, Germany, Belgium, etc. So it was a rupture between older states of the European Union. And if I may make a very small parenthesis for a very sad personal experience that further illustrates, I have been a judge in the French Asylum Court for more than a decade during that period. And I was asking the refugees, the asylum seekers that I was interviewing, you went through Greece. Why didn't you ask for asylum there? It is a European Union country, after all. And the answer was always, no, no, madam, we want to come to France. France is human rights and terre d'asile, but Greece is worse than where we come from. We don't want to stay to Greece. Well, as a Greek, I was very sorry to hear that. So the last example of this period is, of course, the 2016 European Union-Turkey statement. So, you know, the deal that European Union, but not European Union, passed with Turkey in order to send back the asylum seekers and take Syrian refugees. So, in order to do that, the European Union had to state, to affirm that Turkey was a safe third country, meaning respecting human rights, asylum law in a way satisfactory for the European Union standards. So the irony at the time was very important, because at that time, Turkey was not on the list of third safe countries of no other state of the European Union except for Bulgaria. And the Commission itself only added Turkey to its third country safe indicative list, like a month before the 2016 deal, which of course allowed, I don't want to sound too negative, because the deal allowed for a solution to the impasse created by the combination of the massive influx, the lack of solidarity, the application of the Dublin regulation, and the economic crisis of Greece. To finish, what this example goes to show is that the borders are permeable, and the way that they are used, both physically and symbolically, depends on the political context. Only in geography, borders can remain neutral and objective, not in law and not in symbolism. The readmission agreements which inspired the European Union and the Turkey 2016 statement are the proof as far as migration flows are concerned. They create a permeability between European Union and the third state, stating that some values, rule of law, human rights, are common. In reality, What readmission agreements do is trying to externalize the control of the European Union borders in order to keep the others away, not allowing them to cross the European Union symbolical, physical, and geographical borders. Thank you very much for your attention.
Of course. Thank you very much, Nikki. Thank you.
Just a small comment, because this is extremely interesting. I was talking about Jean Gottman. Jean Gottman, the great geographer who is inspiring all of us, started studying in France law and then moved to geography. And he was fascinated by the relationship between law and geography. And what we have heard shows how close they are, how much related they are. There is a very important literature on borders in geography. One of the major colleagues that has worked on that is Michel Fouché, who has come to Greece very often. And of course, I mean, borders are not simple. There is no geographical object that is more complex than the border, because it is something that it is, at the same time, it is a kind of a memory. Even if they don't function, they do exist in the minds of the people, and this is why they can come to the surface again. It changes function. It is a function. One day, the border is open, the same border. The other day, we have seen that in Europe. We have seen it with COVID. Suddenly, borders that everybody was saying it's finished, there are no borders, suddenly they were up. So I think this is a very extremely interesting and important subject.
Thank you very much. So we will continue. Just a quick note, we may be running a bit late for the continuation of the program, so maybe a 10-15 minute delay in terms of how the parallel sessions will start.
Thank you. It's an honor and pleasure for me to participate in this Europe in Discourse Future Trajectories for Europe conference. I would like to thank President of Hellenic American University, Mr. Leonidas Phobos-Koskos, for his kind invitation. I would also like to thank my dear friend and colleague, Professor George Prevelakis, who kindly suggested my name to the organizers. Geography, a European atlas of shifting borders. I'm a former Turkish diplomat. I'm happy that I'm now retired. Otherwise, I will have to come with all my diplomatic skills to enjoy for the audience a great discussion on Turkish-Greek perspective. But at least we have now the joint declaration, Mitsotakis Erdogan, and I think the terminology and the language exploratory talks from also joint understanding on many critical issues help us to avoid a discussion, but I will be very happy to discuss. I have spent a considerable part of my career dealing with issues related to the European project. I remember having taken part as a guest speaker in the Festival International de Géographie, organized at Saint-Dié-de-Vosges in 2012. I was then Council of Europe, I was permanent representative of Turkey, and we were the guest of honor. Mireille Delmas-Marty was the guest speaker. And this was also the year the European Union received the Nobel Peace Award, 2012. Geography has been a passion for me, and Professor Prevelakis has helped me to better understand the importance of the studies in this field. And I had a lot of reading during summer, and my last reading was the Anti-Atlas of Borders, a manifesto in 2017, I think, yes. And that's incredible, because that's a total different perspective on how arts and the cross-fertilization can be enhanced through different prisms. I think frontiers, borders are polysemic concepts. If you read Christian Grattalou, L'invention des continents, the invention of continents, you see how throughout history continents have been constructed. So when you go back before Christ, 5th century, and look at Hecataeus of Miletus, his 2 books on Europe and Asia, I think he may disagree with your definition of Europe and Asia, because Miletus was part of another aspect. And I think that's the richness of the European idea. And if you place, like Denis de Rougemont, the European idea in a manner that you contextualize in the construction of Europe, you have a totally different perspective of managing complex issues. My presentation today, and I will be brief, I can also share my speech in writing, will be on the continued relevance of the European project in an ever-changing geopolitical landscape. I will pay tribute to 2 great Europeans. I'm an alumni of College of Europe in Bruges, Professor Jerzy Lukaczewski, late Professor Jerzy Lukaczewski. When you read his book, Les Jalons de l'Europe, you remind yourself of the role of men and women who turned hope into history. I also want to pay tribute to the memory of Jacques Delors, because I worked in Brussels during those years. And I think this is what I will call, and I will come back to that, soul of Europe. And I'm here referring to Jan Patočka. I have always believed that the European idea has no intellectual property. The European idea, as I wrote in my abstracts also, belongs to all those across Europe and beyond who persevere in contributing by their acts to reinforce the ideals of the founding fathers. We live in a complex world. Threats and challenges have increased. Josep Borrell was saying we live in a more multipolar world, which is paradoxically less multilateralist. It was in one of his speech in NYU. And I was ambassador in the OSCE before my retirement. The discussions, and that's where also it's interesting to see, the distinction between rules-based international order or preeminence of international law is also interesting to see how maybe it's the same thing for some. Maybe it's a discussion where we have to think about different perception of where each one stands. I think in all conference on Europe and the future of Europe, one cannot mention the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and which has posed multiple threats. It's crucially important to defend the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. War is back in the continent. On the other hand, tragic developments since 7th October 2023 in the Middle East bring a risk of escalation in a wider region. There's an urgent need to alleviate the catastrophic situation in Gaza and now in Lebanon. Finding a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is more than ever crucial. Let me be clear, there can be no justification to any form of terrorism. There can be no justification to indiscriminate killings of civilians. The European project is facing existentialist threats. In these turbulent times, we need to revitalize the peace message of the European project. We need to bring a fresh impetus to our thinking on the European project. And the strength of the European project lies in its capacity to renew and adapt itself to new threats and challenges. Europe is a political space in the making. The European project is and should remain first and foremost as a peace and prosperity project. The idea of Europe, I always refer to Etienne Tassin. I think we need to focus also on the philosophical Europe, cultural Europe, and political Europe. And borders, frontiers in each of these three components and the transition from philosophical Europe to political Europe, this is also part of the conceptual shifting borders. This summer, when I tried to prepare for this conference, one inspiring book, which remains inspiring book, is Rodolphe Gachet's Europe or the Infinite Task, a study of a philosophical concept in which he discusses the different conceptions of Europe in the work of Husserl, Heidegger, Patočka, and Derrida. I think these are 4 monographs to preclude the suggestion that Europe is a fixed meaning, identity, or essence. And Jan Patočka helps us to better understand the true meaning of Europe's universal mission. Patočka, I believe, can guide us in finding the way through complex issues. In this morning session, there was reference in my Free Europes to Charter 77, of course, Jan Patočka. I had the chance to be in some meetings with Václav Havel when I was advisor to Minister Ismail Cem. You can feel that soul of Europe. Gachet, and this is the key part which I would quote, is quoting Marc Crépon essays devoted to Patočka, 1939, Czech culture in Europe. And I quote, a non-coincidence of Europe with its history and geography, because what does define Europe, namely its rationality, does not by definition belongs to it as its peculiar property. And I continue to quote Gachet, which is taking also the analysis of Crépon. What is proper to Europe is in the end to have no property, to disavow in the very moment of universalizations all forms of appropriation. If rationality belongs to the European heritage, Greece, the Enlightenment, it is also what frees from this heritage, since by its universal vocation, rationality is no longer what is Europe's most own. The paradox of rationality is that it not only liberates the others, but also liberates the Europeans from themselves. In short, what makes them the object in turn of rationality directed toward them and which depossesses them of their privilege. The universality of rationalism is synonymous with its decentering. These are very actual. It sounds, for me, when I look to today's challenges, this is a wisdom we need to really take care. And as Gachet rightly underlined, the challenge of disappropriation is addressed to all cultures, namely to open themselves to the encounter of other foundations and other horizons. Apart from Rodolphe Gachet's book, new publications also, interestingly, because as a diplomat, during all my career, I have tried to benefit from the thinking, philosophical, sociological. And when I read Nous autres les Européens, Bruno Cassanti book, A Conversation Around Europe with late Bruno Latour, I think his distinction, and it was also the keynote speech, the second keynote speech, I found many of the answers there, because Bruno Cassanti makes the distinction in the second part of the entretien between European political philosophy and the need to have a political philosophy of Europe. And in that, he also brings, I think, some understanding to the crisis we are observing today within this discussion about illiberalism or nationalism. He makes the distinction between nationalization and nationalism, which is perverting the process of nationalization. And that's interesting because if a country is able to achieve the process of nationalization, which is different in the East part or in different country, you create a new exterior, what he calls extérieur deux. And I think today what we observe, there is an unachievement of Europe in that sense, because we have been used to think in the classical concept of European political philosophy, but we have not been able to address a political philosophy of Europe. And he, of course, goes back to the sociologic perspective, the discussion between Durkheim and Tarde. And that's, I think, was very much for me enriching. I found some answers in that analysis. A second book, Jakob Rogozinski, I think he's in Strasbourg, I met with him, in his book, Inhospitality. And in hospitality, there is a part of related to frontiers, because invisible frontiers, you have, I think your distinction was interesting, European, non-European when you go, but within Europe, you have invisible frontiers, which is very much more than European, non-European, or Christian Muslims. And that's very interesting. And the last book, Dominique Schnapper, Les Désillusions de la démocratie, Disillusions of Democracy, it has also to do with our discussions and the borders, because Schnapper analyzes in a very clear manner how the principles of freedom and equality that underpin democracy can be turned against it. Insuffisance et extrême de la démocratie. So I think there's a need to refocus on the fundamentals of the European project. We tend now to focus more on the process rather than the project. I think we should consider together process and project. Jean Starobinski used to say, l'anti-Europe est en Europe, non au dehors. Anti-Europe is in Europe, not outside Europe. I think his diagnostic may still be true. Threats are multiple, and the way ahead matters. There are challenging times. I had a part very much on Turkey, EU. I was Undersecretary from 2014 to 2016 at the Ministry for European Affairs in Turkey. So I was part of the negotiation team. And I remember Franz Timmermans, in the discussion, he said, well, there is one strategic part and one tactical part. And it's always influenced the common denominator of Europe. Who looks tactically to the European project, or who really have the sense of ownership of the European project? And it can be, I think, the togetherness needs to be rebuilt. Challenges are multiple. I think two concepts are crucial, even for analyzing different subjects. Democratic security and comprehensive and cooperative security are still two very much important concepts. From the very beginning and to the extent of its own capabilities, Turkey has endeavored to synchronize with the EU steps towards enlargement and deepening. So it's not any third country. The first generation association agreement was back in 1963. And if I remember correctly, then Turkey and Greece were the first two countries to have. And it was not a blind choice of Turkey. it was a choice coming from the interaction. Turkey is in Europe, Turkey is in Asia, so I think the borders are very much always shifting, and I'm very happy now that Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia are also part of. So the argument from history, the argument from geography have also very much disappeared. So let me conclude with maybe two other concepts. And I'm a great, and I know that he came to Athens and gave a conference. The thinking of François Julien has had a lot of influence for me. L'entre et l'écart, in between and distance. It's not exactly distance, but l'entre et l'écart. So in the politic of décoïncidence. So how are we going, even in geography, in our conceptual understanding, and that's why I refer to anti-atlas of manifesto, how are we going to be able in an atelier to come together and enrich our discussion to really be able jointly to overcome challenges? That's why I found this idea of grand continent, which needs to be built together, very much there. And I finish by paraphrasing, as always, Saint-Exupéry, ce n'est pas l'impossible qui désespère le plus, mais le possible non atteint. And I think there was a similar reference this morning, impossible and possible. And I think we need to re-energize and benefit from either Hekateus of Milet or Patočka, or maybe, and there are less and less wisdom in European leaders, but maybe bringing from Bruno Karsanti, Jakob Rogozinski, or many other thinkers, tools for rethinking and bringing more relevance to the European project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker for this panel, Professor Evangelos Livieratos from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki.
Thank you for the kind invitation and for the support you offer to geography and the affine subjects like cartography. I am a poor engineer working with maps and cartography. I'm not a visionary, I'm not a political scientist, I'm not a geopolitical scientist. I'm just someone who deals with technology, modern technology, digital technology, working with the new ideas spread all over the world concerning the space, the Earth, the space of the Earth. So, ladies and gentlemen, the cartographic system introduced in the 2nd century CE by Ptolemy with his Geographia revolutionized cartography. Unfortunately, this is not widely well known today. Europe met with Ptolemy's Geographia in the first half of 15th century. It was used for the first time for a uniform in scale depiction of the hemispherical surface of the Earth as it was known at that time. Homogeneous coordinates of points were spread all over the surface, offering also reference to the placement of maps depicting new territories after the great discoveries. Among the many contributions of Ptolemy's Geographia, one was of great importance. It was the transformation of the medieval so-called non-territorial type of hegemonies in what it is known today as the territorial state. non-territorial medieval hegemonies extended their power over territories with undefined or unclear external boundaries. The non-territorial forms of organization within these medieval hegemonies referred to different communities living in areas also of uncertain extent. These communities were defined by common religion, language, culture, or other identity markers. The Byzantine Empire was an example. In contrast, the post-medieval territorial states exercise its authority within clearly defined linear boundaries, recognizing the authority of others outside those boundaries. Two were the most important contributions of Ptolemy's Geographia to the transformation of medieval and post-medieval hegemonies to non-territorial forms of non-territorial forms of organization to territorial states. A, the establishment of geometric homogeneity on the universal continuum of the Earth's surface, on which territorial states unfolded later their rule and international relations, and B, the cartographic representation of linear forms resulting from the graphical connection of coordinate points on the surface of the Earth. The linear forms represented, among other things, the important cartographic elements of the geometric content of a map, as it was the coastline, the boundary line separating land from sea, and the linear boundaries of territorial states. The first indirect geopolitical approach to this new global cartography and maps on a continuum, depending on point coordinates, was the interpretative discussions on Ptolemy's Geographia that took place in Florence before, on the margins, and after the homonymous council in 1439. The discussions in Florence fueled knowledge and ideas, an entire process that led shortly afterwards to the great discoveries, to the oceans, as George said before, through new oceanic routes to Asia, first navigating in the Atlantic and immediately after heading to the Indian and Pacific Oceans, circumnavigating first Africa and then South America. The transfer of Ptolemy's Geographia at the end of the 14th century from the exhausted Byzantium to the economically and culturally flourishing Florence, its translation from Greek to Latin in the early 15th century, and its wide dissemination in Europe in printed form, first published in 1477 in Bologna, made post-medieval cartography based on Ptolemy's Geographia a geopolitical lever, especially if combined with great discoveries. The process of mapping, scientific and technological, based on coordinates from 16th century onwards, influenced profoundly the establishment of the power of the European territorial states, as well as the international relations leading to the new era of Europe and to the form of the European territorial state as we know it today. The basic triplet of the territorial state became, with respect to maps, the homogenization of territorial sovereignty, the linearization of borders, and the abolishing of non-territorial forms of organization. Now, there is a dominant landscape of a rather majority consensus about the drivers from the so-called material world and from the so-called world of ideas that played a role in the transformation of medieval models of hegemonies with non-territorial forms of organization to territorial states. These drivers, based mainly on economic, social, and political basis, with ideological ingredients, of course, overlooked the importance of cartography, mapping, and maps in the establishment of the European model of territorial state. I argue that what is being overlooked, it is not because of negligence, but due to serious shortcomings in education. But this is an issue for a useful and dedicated master of 60 or more ECTS. It's not something we can discuss now. The eastern parts and the Indian Ocean the impact of mapping and associates in the transformation we are talking about is not an assertion, but a well-documented historical fact. Cartography, mapping, maps, coordinates, latitudes and longitudes, parallels and meridians, the geometry of the spherical Earth and their related matters were already milestones in the making of the territorial state in Europe. The explicit use of mapping soon emerged thanks to the pair of international treaties for the ruling of oceans, again, the opening to the sea, as George said before, Tordesillas, the Treaty of Tordesillas 1494 and Saragossa 1529 divided the globe in two hemispheres with a meridian circle separating the central Atlantic. The eastern part and the Indian Ocean was attributed to the Portuguese, the western part and the Pacific Ocean to the Spanish. Since then, cartography, maps, and mapping technology have been resistant supporting fabric of the slow but steady growth of the new European territorial state. The heterogeneity and spatial ambiguity of territorial sovereignty existed during the medieval period, together with its vague, practically undefined territorial extent and the non-territorial forms of organization were gradually replaced respectively by the triplet I mentioned before. Scientific developments in mapping, new methods of geolocation, Earth modeling, and the advancement of metrology reached tops in Europe in 17th and 18th centuries. Nevertheless, the Treaty of Westphalia described borders only verbally. In France, cartography and maps became an affaire d'etat in the middle 17th century. The subsequent establishment of linear borders became a common European practice. The first border demarcation on the ground was implemented with the Treaty of Campo Formio as the third phase of making border lines, which is not well known also. After the diplomatic definition, the delineation on map in a rough way, and the demarcation on the ground with coordinate positioning before the definite cartographic transfer on a reliable map. Despite the rapid growth of North America, cartography, maps, and mapping remained a typical European science, technology, and art of the modern era, always associated with the fundamental pillars of territorial state. In this context, state mapping agencies, from now on in short SMA, whatever it is the name, became the only reference with technological competence in the service of the territorial state, ensuring its sovereignty and the triplet of the fundamental pillars of its existence. In addition, the SMA, surviving to this day, supported the international relations of the territorial state as the official mapping agency. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that mapping and cartography have been historically a sort of an adhesive substance for the power of the territorial state in international relations, in geopolitics, in public diplomacy in the post-medieval Western world. It was clearly, I repeat, a European structure. In the slow, almost 5 centuries evolution of concepts related to the very essence of what a modern Western-style European state is, under the influence of technological advances in mapping until the end of 20th century. A similar structure to such an extent of new concepts and ideas about the special properties of the territorial state has not been observed in other cultures, for example, in China, in Islamic world, or elsewhere. The influence of mapping in the formation of the European territorial state became a sine qua non component. The major question now is to what extent the rampant mapping technology of 21st century, revolutionizing cartography of lands and seas at a global, regional, and local scales, addressed not only to few cartography literate, but massively to cartography illiterate, could affect, and in what way, the today's and future affairs of the territorial state, and of course, its associated core triplet I mentioned before. This question is critical, especially in our days, when anyone can now make their own maps and upload freely on social media, becoming a carto influencer. Mario, look the copyright. Maybe you can understand better what I mean with this. And when at the same time, the competent SMAA face shrinking all over Europe, losing gradually capability and performance in favor of various unclear state-independent solutions, may be convenient but controversial as regards the state guarantees. It is simply risky for a European territorial state to ignore, in favor of outsourcing, the guarantees and benefits offered by the state mapping agencies. Just as it is problematic, the case of replacing an eventually attenuated SMA in some countries in Europe, I don't want to focus on this, by independent entities in the geospatial domain. In the case an SMA is diagnosed in a state of attenuation, then it should be rapidly modernized. The task would be easier and safer than undertaking adventurous navigation into the oceans of outsourcing. Today, mapping is in the hands of everyone, as I said, private individuals, NGOs, and many other willing entities for mapping, even if these entities confuse satellite and drone-borne images with maps. It is the case in our country, for example. In most cases, lacking experience with an unjustified overestimation of abilities, recalling the widespread Dunning-Kruger syndrome, which is in evolution. Willing entities for mapping whatever flies around with insufficient cartographic knowledge on the verge of the expanding functional cartographic illiteracy. Possibly even consciously or unconsciously, far removed from the statutory principles, interests, and international legitimacy of the territorial state. This is a serious issue also for public diplomacy. In this case, it is critical, debatable, the indifference, academic introspection, apathy, and neutrality as regards the territorial state, and of course the eventual hostility against this state, territorial homogeneity, linear borders, and abolishing of non-territorial forms of organization, sometimes something not at all unlike today. And in conclusion, modern independent mapping is a not far perspective, may also give space and facility of action to political entities with a blurred or fuzzy view of international relations and law. Or this type of mapping even may recall a past closer to territorial ambiguity of hegemonic powers than to clear European notions of territorial states. A past of vague or fluid linear borders and revivals echoing medieval types of non-territorial forms of organization far beyond the European acquis. Acquis in clause, elaborating the famous DIKW acronym by saying that in addition to geospatial data for D, generating geospatial information for I, leading to geospatial knowledge for K, it is waiting wisdom, passionately, but I am afraid invisible, at the dark end of the queue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we have some time for questions from the audience. So we've got 1 and 2. Julianne. For the microphone to arrive.
Thank you. George Prevelakis' apparent fear of a new Russian-German axis. I can alleviate that fear. The general German public and political atmosphere is very much against Russia, and particularly through the aggressive war on Ukraine. There is a small splinter party, recently Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht, that apparently is pro-Russian, but they have no clout on the general German scene. So that was just a comment. I also have a question to Mr. Soysal. How do you judge the chances of Turkey joining the European Union in the next 100 years?
What a question.
I think maybe you can a little bit reframe your question by asking, as all, I think, individuals attached to the European idea, how long it will take Europe to understand its really richness and in bringing together, I think, new horizons, which are very part, and I was very much admirative also of the first panel this morning. It will have a negative trace in the history. I take my arguments on Turkey-EU relations not on an argumentation about why Turkey should be in the EU. I take my argumentation and the justification in the strength of the European project. The strength of the European project, if we believe it truly, if we grasp this energy, which is unfortunately not anymore there, rationality, universalism, apodicticity, and responsibility in the sense of all the Greek philosophy, ancient Greek philosophy, then you will see that there is a lot of hope in the future of Europe, and Turkey can bring its value added.
Professor Prevlakis, your feedback on the comment?
Yes, I regret very much that we do not have the European Union because it has been impossible to reconcile the French and the Germans after the Second World War. Things do change.
So another question, the lady in the back.
First of all, I'd like to thank all the panelists for these inspiring talks, but I'd like to direct my question to the first speaker, Professor Prevlakis. However, if other panelists have something to add, I would be more than happy to hear your reflections on that one. So you, in your talk, you brought up the quote from General de Gaulle's famous speech at the University of Strasbourg on the 22nd of November 1959. It's Europe, yes, it is Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals. And I stop here, and if I channel Vivian Schmidt's morning key talk, you fill it out the way you want, and you immediately think of Russia. However, the word Russia was not in the original quote, at least in that sentence. So in this context, now comes my question. This year in particular, the term decolonization of the Russian Federation has entered a number of resolutions by the European Parliament, by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, with the clear formulation that it is a necessary condition for the establishment of democracy, first and foremost in the Russian Federation, but also you can extend it to Europe. So, there comes my question. Do you believe that it's the right time to actually start a discussion at the expert level, scientific level, diplomatic level, about the decolonization of Russia as a possibility, as a possible future trajectory for Europe, and probably the lands in the Urals, under whatever legislation they are at that time, will eventually join the rest of Europe? Thank you.
Decolonization, this has to be decided by the Central Russian power. The other way to decolonize is war.
But a number of Russian, what are now republics, have declared independence, sovereignty, and even independence in the early 90s, the Republic of Tatarstan. So grassroots, Chechnya, for instance. Yeah. So as the Russian, as the Kremlin gets weaker, grassroots plus some support externally might actually end up in a healthy transition, as it happened during the Soviet Union. It fell apart rather peacefully into a number of countries. So what do you think of this trajectory?
But then there have been a lot of wars. I mean, the colonial power, resisted to this kind of decolonizations, and we have a series of wars. So you have a grassroots, let's say, movement, but also you have a central power that tries to repress it. And therefore you have a struggle that leads to wars. It's a typical process. It's not something new, and we cannot, we don't know the outcome of that. But it cannot come from the outside, and if it comes from the outside, it looks like kind of an external influence that is denounced.
Prohibited by international law.
Yeah, prohibited, of course.
Thank you. We have one more question. The gentleman in the back.
Hello, thank you very much for all of yours very interesting speeches. My name is Guram Chukrugidze. I'm coming from Georgia, and I'm particularly interested for Professor George Prevlakis' let's say opinion and the position regarding the integration of Georgia in European Union. And I want to give some type of background that Georgia, alongside with Ukraine, so have literally fought for the fundamental values that European Union holds, such as democracy and universal freedoms and universal human rights. while we had been like a remainder for many, many years to the Europe that Russia is the aggressor and occupier and would not stop to the small Tskhinvalian region and Abkhazia, but would go rather farther. And I remember I even had a discussion at the University of Geneva with Jose Emmanuel Barroso about that and asking him where the cross lines between human rights and the European Union's benefits that gets economically from Russian gas and so on, and why don't you impose more sanctions? He simply answered me that, okay, I cannot explain this very well to my voters, to my population. So here's my question. Those countries, European Union now believed us, but we paid a lot of price, especially Ukraine. So until Ukraine was not invaded, so these talks about the candidate status and negotiation did not begin. While on the mental map of European Union, like Georgia is definitely, because of our values, our centuries, culture that we have towards to the Europe in general. So that's my question, is just if you could give us, because of your like great diplomatic background, what would you think? How long will it take? How necessary it is for Georgia to integrate the European Union and to be kind of base of the democracy in that region? Thank you.
Well, you know, we have similar questions in Greece, because we are small countries with limited powers, and whether we like it or not, we are determined by the geopolitical environment. It's what the French call surdéterminé, over-determined. And also you have to compare perceptions. When I talk with Greeks, and they speak about our relationship with France or the United States, etc., they don't realize that for the centers, we are part of a periphery, small spot, and their attention goes to all places. While when we look towards the centers, we have only one focus. It is that. So it's absolutely disymmetrical. So it's very difficult, I mean, to predict, and very difficult to somehow determine the destiny of a country. Our countries either get integrated into larger systems. You were in the Soviet Union. We were in the Atlantic system. Or if we happen to be either in spaces or in times of transition, then the destiny becomes very difficult. And the strategy usually is a very sophisticated diplomacy of balances and of multiple games. I don't know if I have answered, but what I think we have to realize is that we have gotten into a new period of instability. Nothing is certain. Anything can happen. It has happened. I mean, already we have had very big surprises. For example, Brexit. And our people have to be very cautious, very careful. And our role as elites is to make them understand and prepare for that, so that we limit as much as possible the dangers of disasters.
Thank you very much. We don't have, we need to wrap it up because the parallel sessions have started. So if you have more questions, you can definitely seek speakers and engage with them after the end of this panel. So thank you all very much, and see you in the welcome reception, which is at 7. Thank you.